Hey everybody, welcome. We are entering part 2 of our Christmas Day mega stream. I am so glad to be here with all of you. It's going to be an interesting 4 hours until we go once again. We're going to do 8 hours today on Christmas, just like we did on Thanksgiving. We had a great first half this morning, and now we're ready to jump back into it. So hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notifications bell, and away we go.
American century. I say that the century on which we are entering can be and must be the century of the common man.
A radical redistribution of economic power.
I mean, we know that racism is just a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of and organize the economy to serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty.
We got to start getting out there with the people.
Get out of the movement and get to the masses.
We need a government of action.
All righty. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Today is the Christmas holiday, December 25th. And yeah, we are just going to do some streaming here, and a little different than usual because we're going for so long. We're going to do it a little bit differently in that every so often I'll take breaks and do a roll call, answer some super chats. But we got 4 hours here. And so we got a super chat that just came in. I appreciate it. And you're on the list. Lee Stranahan is here. We have 2 Rumble rants that came through last time that I missed. I'm going to start with those when I start answering people's questions. Shout out to Lee Stranahan, beloved radio host and great, personality. Was at our recent, event in Portland and talked about Eugene Debs. We're going to have a great time here. It's Christmas. It's Christmas night. Right? It's Christmas evening. It's not Christmas Eve. That's the night before. It is the evening of Christmas. We always talk about all kinds of highly political things. And I'm sure the questions people are going to ask me about will relate to all these books behind me and our city building tendency and our understanding of socialism and anti-imperialism and the capitalist crisis and all of that. But I thought that, one type of music, the music that we play on these streams, is unique, right? I know that I have very, very unique tastes in music. I do admit that. I am very guilty as charged. My tastes in music are abnormal. They are not common, but that's okay. I like folk music. I like music with strong melodies. We were listening to marches this morning. I exercised to John Philip Sousa marches. I did the stretched arm things. I set a new record, 24:36. I have never done it that long before. Amazing. Set a new record yesterday. That was really awesome. And so now, we did some marches this morning, and then I played Manhattan Beach March for you all. That is my favorite John Philip Sousa piece of music. So now, I thought, one type of music that I really enjoy that really speaks of revelry, right? It's really very much a kind of music that very much is about revelry, and Victory Gin took the words out of my mouth, shanties, sea shanties, right? And if you think of sea shanties, you think of a group of guys singing, right? The sailor songs. They're kind of, uproarious. They're almost like drinking bar songs, but they're sailor songs. So I am going to put on a couple classic sea shanties for you all that I like, because I think that they're great, so the first one I'm going to put on is called Don't Forget Your Old Shipmate. It's just kind of a revelrous drinking song, British Navy from back in the day. So here we go. Don't forget your old shipmates.
Jack, safe and sound at home again. Let the waters roar, Jack. Long we tossed on the rolling bank. Now we're safe ashore, Jack. Don't forget your old shipmate. Rally, 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 oh.
Oftentimes have we laid out, toil and danger fearing, tugging out the flapping sail to the weather earing.
Long we tossed on the rolling main, now we're safe ashore, Jack. Don't forget your old shipmate. Rally, 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 oh.
Once we sailed from Plymouth Sound, 4 years gone nigh, Jack. Was there ever chummies now, such as you and I, Jack?
Long we tossed on the rolling main, now we're safe ashore, Jack. Don't forget your old shipmate. Rally, 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 oh.
We have worked the
Self-same gun, quarter-deck division, sponge your eye and loader you through the whole commission. Long we tossed on the rolling main, now we're safe ashore, Jack. Don't forget your old shipmate. Rally, 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 oh.
When the middle watch was on, and the time went slow, boy, who could choose a rousing stay, just like Jack or Joe, boy?
Long we tossed on the rolling main, now we're safe ashore, Jack. Don't forget your old shipmate. Rally, 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 oh.
There she swings an empty hull, not a soul below now.
Number 7, starboard mess, Mrs. Jack and Joe now. Long we tossed on the rolling main, now we're safe ashore, Jack. Don't forget your old shipmates. Rally, 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 oh.
But the best of friends must part, fair or foul the weather. Lift your heather for a shake, now we'll drink together.
Long we tossed on the rolling main, now we're safe ashore, Jack. Don't forget your old shipmate. Rally, 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 oh. Long we tossed on the rolling main, now we're safe ashore, Jack. Don't forget your old shipmate. Rally, 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 oh.
So there you go. There you go. That's classic sea shanty. Don't forget your old shipmate. Now, this next one I'm going to play, this one has a particular historical meaning. So the president of Mexico, or the military leader of Mexico, he was the vice president for a while, he was the president, but he was really the head of the army in Mexico, was this guy, Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna. And he was the leader of Mexico when the USA seized California and Texas. I was talking about him with my relatives this afternoon, and he's kind of forgotten, right? People like to remember Emil Zapata. People like to remember Pancho Villa, but they don't remember this guy, and this guy, I mean, he was, they called him the Napoleon of the West. And he was just kind of a populist military leader of Mexico who went head to head with the United States in the Mexican-American War, Santa Anna. And so there is actually, there is actually a sea shanty that kind of honors him. The original version of the lyrics were about him, then they made them about all kinds of things about Mexico and all of that. But here's a picture of this important historical figure when the USA seized Mexico. Seized California and Texas from Mexico. The guy who was the leader of Mexico was this kind of military strongman. You could call him a Bonapartist figure, the Napoleon of the West, Antonio Lopez de Santiana, right? And he was a military leader of Mexico that the USA didn't particularly like, and they stole Texas and California from him. So this is a sea shanty that was written that originally, I guess, and the chorus is about him, but I think the lyrics have been rewritten to be about all kinds of different things. There's many versions of it on the web. This is Santiana.
Santiana on the day he away, Santiana and General Taylor ran away along the plains of Mexico. And it's heave her up and away we'll go, heave away, Santiana. Heave her up and away we'll go along the plains of Mexico. He was a rorty general. Heave away, Santiana. A rorty snorty general along the plains of Mexico. And it's heave her up and away we'll go. Heave away, Santiana. Heave her up and away we'll go along the plains of Mexico. 'Twas on the field of Molly Del Rey, heave away, Santiana, that General Taylor lost a leg that day along the plains of Mexico. And it's heave her up and away we'll go, heave away, Santiana. Heave her up and away we'll go along the plains of Mexico. I wish I was in Mexico. Heave away, Santiana. In Mexico where the whalefish blow along the plains of Mexico. And it's heave her up and away we'll go, heave away, Santiana. Heave her up and away we'll go along the plains of Mexico. I wish I was in Laguna Town. Heave away, Santiana. Away down south in Laguna Town along the plains of Mexico. And it's heave her up and away we'll go, heave away, Santiana. Heave her up and away we'll go along the plains of Mexico.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting one to play because we heard what Ron DeSantis has been saying lately. And it looks like Ron DeSantis, who is a neocon and speaks largely for the neocon faction. I don't think he's going to be president. He kind of flopped in the debates. But Ron DeSantis, the Republican governor of Florida, is making noise about invading Mexico. Have you heard about this? Right? Saying that to fight the drug cartels, the United States needs to invade Mexico. Right? And this is very disturbing. They say they would go in to fight the drug cartels. In reality, the USA would invade Mexico because they don't like AMLO, right? Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador. AMLO is the best president Mexico has had in a really long time. And he is a leader that it looks like would actually, he's taking Mexico in an independent direction. He didn't recognize Joe Biden. He recognized, because he said he suspected the election was stolen. AMLO is very friendly to Venezuela. He's very friendly to Russia and China. He comes out of progressive struggles. He's not a full-on socialist because Mexico, there's a huge state there and the class struggle is not at the point that you could have a socialist revolution, but he is definitely, definitely a progressive, and his coalition government in Mexico, his ruling coalition does include the Workers' Party of Mexico, which is a communist party, which is very close to North Korea, the PT of Mexico, the Partido Trabajadores, or the Labor Party of Mexico, is actually a communist party that they support North Korea, and they have the seats. They're part of the ruling coalition with AMLO. And AMLO is taking Mexico in a more independent direction. And my concern is that what Ron DeSantis is saying, check out the Labor Party of Mexico, very good organization, very, very anti-imperialist, Marxist, Leninist, communist party. They come out of the pro-Albania, current, but they've kind of come a regular mainstream communist party, and they're pretty awesome. And the PT, they're part of the ruling coalition down there. And my fear is that what Ron DeSantis is saying, that he's telling us what's on the mind of the neocons. The neocons are talking about moving U.S. forces into Mexico, which I think would be a disaster. It would absolutely be a disaster. And they'd say, oh, they're going down there to fight the drug cartels. They're not going to fight the drug cartels. Bullshit. Right. And they'll try to use the popular anger about the opioid epidemic and the fentanyl and all of that. They'll try to use that to build the case for justifying military intervention in Mexico. And we got to be prepared to oppose this. Right. And there might be some Latin Americans who say, oh, the cartels are so bad, they go along with it. So we got to be prepared to oppose the U.S. military presence in Mexico if it ever comes. And we got to be prepared to say that that's not the way to fight the drug issue. That the USA created the drug issue to begin with, and it's not going to solve it by sending the forces in, right? And that this is a cover for trying to destabilize and overthrow Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador. So, I don't think anything's going to happen before the election, but I think that there may be talk in neocon circles of moving the United States into Mexico, and that's something we got to be prepared to oppose. We got to be prepared to oppose that. I think that they may be thinking that with Russia having had to deal with Ukraine and with the situation with China and the island of Taiwan and all of that, the United States may be thinking that gives them, that situation almost mandates them going into Mexico, right? And sending the U.S. military into Mexico. And of course, they'll say it's to fight the drug cartels, but AMLO sure as hell is not going to allow that. I can guarantee you that. AMLO would never allow that. So it would be an invasion, right? It would be a straight up invasion. So we'll have to see. We will have to see, if the USA ends up militarily intervening in Mexico. And we got to oppose it very loudly if they try to. But I'm already hearing it. They're making a big deal about the fentanyl among Republicans. They're making a big deal about drug cartels, and, we shall see, right? Trump was kind of beating the drums there with his, build a giant wall and make Mexico pay for it. And I mean, it's really because of Donald Trump that AMLO won to begin with, because AMLO was the legit winner of the previous two elections, but it was stolen from him. But when Donald Trump got in, there was enough animosity between the Mexican state and the American state. The people who would have rigged it against AMLO weren't cooperating with the United States to do so. AMLO, he first ran for president in the aftermath of a huge general strike, an uprising that happened in Oaxaca. The teachers of Oaxaca went on strike because the children were too hungry to learn. The kids were just too hungry to focus in the classroom because they didn't have food. And so the teachers of Oaxaca went on strike, and Oaxaca exploded into a working class revolutionary uprising led by the labor unions and led by socialists and people that were sympathetic to Venezuela. And AMLO was the political leader who associated himself with that movement, and then he ran for president and he won. According to the polls, he should have won, but they didn't let him win. And he protested it as people went and protested and said it was stolen from them. And they stole it from him again. And then finally, when Trump won the U.S. presidential election, they couldn't steal it from him any longer. And they had to let AMLO, who is wildly popular, he's a well-loved Mexican leader who comes out of labor struggles and is, he's not a full-on socialist. I think when he was first running, he sounded kind of like Hugo Chavez and stuff, but he's moderated his tone. But AMLO is definitely much more anti-imperialist and much more progressive than any government that Mexico has had in a really, really long time. And every so often, the U.S. press starts to ramp up against him, calling him a dictator, et cetera, and then they back away from it. It's interesting. They do the same thing with Modi in India. Every so often, they start saying Modi's a dictator, Modi's this, and then they back away from it. It's like they want that threat. They want to have that gun to their head, right? They want to say, oh, we can start calling you a brutal dictator. We can amp up the human rights propaganda against you. Be good. That's basically, we see that. The U.S. media does that. It's weird. There are certain leaders that were dictators, quote unquote, from day one, right? Hugo Chavez, that guy didn't have a chance. They called him a brutal dictator. They don't even have the death penalty in Venezuela. They bend over backwards to accommodate the opposition parties. Didn't matter, right? Hugo Chavez, brutal dictator. How is he a brutal dictator when he doesn't even have the death penalty, when he allows other parties, when most of the media isn't even owned by the government and puts out an anti-government message? How in the world, is he a dictator? But, oh, no, he's a dictator. He's a dictator, and now, it doesn't matter. And that goes to show you it doesn't matter. You can bend over backwards to accommodate the opposition And, they had the Jimmy Carter and the Carter Center monitor the elections and say they were the legit winners of the elections. But, oh, no, dictatorship because USA said so, US media said so. And it goes to show you that there's no point in trying to play the game. They're going to call any revolutionary anti-imperialist leader a dictator. That's just how these things work. But regardless, and I do see the super chats that are coming in. I do appreciate it. We'll take them one by one. We'll take a break and do a roll call and answer them pretty soon. Meanwhile, they amp up the so-and-so's a dictator. So-and-so's a dictator. I see I got a Rumble rant on Serbia as well from Jonathan Blazer. Shout out to Jonathan Blazer, beloved member of our community. We're going to talk about that. They just call certain people dictators regardless. But with Modi in India and with AMLO in Mexico, they start calling them a dictator and they back away from it, right? And it's a threat. It's a way to control them. I noted that when Modi came to the United States and met with Biden, they rolled out the red carpet for him, but they also kept the human rights threat over his head, trying to play the idea that he's a human rights violator, and that the Obama administration really played up the idea that he was anti-Muslim, and that sometimes they like Modi because he'll play ball with them against China, and other times they don't like Modi because he's friendly with Russia and, willing to do business with China, etc. And Modi goes back and forth, and so they have that threat. We can accuse you of being a dictator. We can fund a color revolution. And that many people have pointed out there's a whole apparatus of forces in India that are set up to, accuse the government of India of violating human rights and overthrow it. Right. Just like there's this whole global NGO apparatus that's been created by the imperialists. It's interesting because during the Cold War, the way it was the United States very much controlled the military of various countries. Indonesia is a great example. Many South American countries, their military was trained in the United States. Their military was hardcore right-wing anti-communist. But communists, Marxist-Leninists, they tended to control, the civil sector. They'd run the labor unions of the country. The labor unions would be led by communists. There'd be, women's organizations, university, campus activist groups would be run by communists. Communists would run the civil society, the mass organizations among the population. So what that often led to, right, in Indonesia, you had a communist president get elected, and then you had the CIA overthrow him. In Chile, you had a socialist, President Allende, who was elected, and they overthrew him, right? There's many examples of this because the USA was tight with the military. What's interesting is that since the fall of the Soviet Union, this has largely flipped, right? It's flipped. Now it seems that the United States, with the George Soros color revolution apparatus, they control the civil society stuff, right? The NGOs and the human rights and the women's rights and the college students and the art galleries. And it's like there's a whole apparatus of civil society organizations, NGOs controlled by the West. However, Russia and China offer critical military support. And that this is, the recent wave of, kind of uprisings and the shift of West Africa. West Africa kind of awakened and asserted its independence from U.S. domination, right? The Niger and other countries, Gabon, so many West African countries have had, the military that is pro-Russian and pro-Chinese and nationalistic take power, and the United States apparatus of NGOs and women's rights groups and LGBT rights groups and workers' rights NGOs and nonprofits, they've been swept aside. It's very interesting, very, very interesting to see, right, how this has kind of flipped. Now, in the Arab world, it was never like that. In the Arab world, it was the patriotic officers, Abdel Nasser, the Baathists, Gaddafi. It was the military in the Arab world that tended to be the anti-imperialists, and the civil society tended to be run by the Muslim Brotherhood, which was pro-U.S., pro-free market, anti-communist. So, it's interesting to see how these things have played out. The Arab world was always the way it is now. But now it seems like the United States, with its color revolution apparatus, dominates the the civil society with their funding of NGOs and their color revolution stuff, and that the military of many countries is very nationalistic to the point that it's sympathetic to Russia and China. And that even applies to our military to some degree. I've told you about Michael Flynn, right? This was a general, certainly not a communist, certainly not an anti-imperialist, but he thought Russia would be a great ally to fight Islamic terrorism with. And he was in the Trump administration, and he was friendly with Russia. Right? He got booted out of the Trump administration for lying to Trump about Russia, about his conversations with the Russian ambassador. So there you go. It's interesting to see how these things play out, right? But it kind of makes sense. There's an expression, they say, generals fighting the last war. I don't know if you've ever heard that. Generals fighting the last war. But the generals, they constantly are sitting there thinking about the last war and everything they got wrong, and they're trying to get it right. So the USA is thinking about during the last Cold War, what did they get wrong? Well, the commies, they had such effective organizing of labor unions. They had such effective organizing of women's rights groups and student rights groups. So now the U.S. imperialists are doing that. Whereas the communists, what are they saying? They're saying in all these countries, we had mass organizations, labor unions, community associations, and yet we got Salvador Allende elected, or we got Sukarno elected, and then they overthrew them with the military. So the anti-imperialist countries are correcting their mistake of before, and they're getting in with the military of various countries. And the pro-imperialist forces are correcting their mistake from before, and they're getting in with the civil society, and they're funding all kinds of NGOs, etc. And so it's a flip. But this is really the nature of the late Cold War. When I talk about the Cold War, I often divide the Cold War between the early Cold War and the late Cold War. And really what the late Cold War was Brzezinski and Henry Kissinger assuming control of U.S. foreign policy in the aftermath of the defeat in Vietnam and reorienting U.S. foreign policy so that they could defeat communism. And it was changing U.S. foreign policy so that instead of just fighting the communists head on, they would manipulate and confuse and divide the communist movement. They would subsidize wings of the communist movement, play communists against each other, be friends with some communist countries while being against other communist countries, covert operations. That was the way the USA won the Cold War. In the early years of the Cold War, the USA was losing, right? The Korean War was the first humiliating defeat the United States has ever had. The Korean people are the only people to have ever captured a U.S. Army general. There have been other generals of different wings of the armed forces, but the DPRK captured a U.S. Army general. And when Mao and the People's Liberation Army of China crossed into North Korea, that was it. The USA was forced back down to the 38th parallel, and they signed an armistice. When Mao and the Chinese communists, they got involved and they backed up their Korean brothers, that was the first humiliating defeat the U.S. imperialists ever had. Vietnam was a much more humiliating defeat because they got the whole country, right? I mean, not only did South Vietnam become led by communists, but all of Vietnam. You had the end of the U.S. colonial puppet regime. You had Vietnam being fully reunified under communist leadership, and both of those wars were basically situations where the United States made it: you're either with us or you're with the communists. You're either with us or you're with the communists. And so it was pretty blatant. A lot of people didn't like what the United States was doing in their country. They wanted their country to have its independence. They saw in Korea, they saw the United States largely as being in bed with the Japanese collaborators and kind of being a continuation of the Japanese occupation of Korea. In Vietnam, they saw the United States as just kind of continuing the work of the French colonial occupiers. They liked the land reform programs that were done by Ho Chi Minh and others in the North. And by polarizing it that way, where, you're either with the communists or you're with the United States is screaming full-on anti-communism. That made the communists very appealing. They were able to build a popular front, a united front, and that was the strategy, right, that had come out of, the Second World War, right? Polarized society. Are you for fascism or are you for anti-fascism? Make the communists the most effective anti-fascist fighters, and then you can have a revolution, right? And that was the strategy that worked all over the world, is that capitalism would enter a crisis, workers would be on strike, wages would be falling, the capitalists would move the society toward fascism, and the communists would be the ones at the center of the fight against fascism, the fight for democratic rights, the fight for labor union, women's rights, etc. And they would, in response to a fascist military coup or a fascist regime, or capitalism moving to set up a fascist state in order to defeat communist revolution, the communists would position themselves in the center of an anti-fascist alliance, and that's how they would win. And that's the United States was losing at the beginning of the Cold War, because everywhere that, there started to be a popular movement, the local leaders, even if it wasn't communist, in a lot of cases, it wasn't even communist. Guatemala, 1953, Jacobo Arbenz was not a communist, but he was a popular leader who, and he wanted to make American corporations pay their goddamn taxes, right? He wanted to make the United Fruit Company pay their taxes. The United Fruit Company was an American company that, did bananas and other stuff in Guatemala, and they didn't feel like paying their taxes. And so he was going to make them pay their taxes. They weren't going to have that. So the U.S. government accused Jacobo Arbenz of being a communist and toppled the government of Guatemala and put the military in power. Well, Jacobo Arbenz wasn't a communist, but the rich people in the country didn't like him, and the communists thought he was better than what was there before, and he legalized the Communist Party. He said, you can have a legal Communist Party in my country, and that was too much. And so the USA overthrew the government. And of course, that created a situation where, there was a lot of sympathy among the population for the communists. And that tends to be what happens. That was the early Cold War. The late Cold War, you have the Soviet communists and the Chinese communists divided. You have Nixon going to China and meeting with Mao, and the USA being friendly to China, and China, basically siding with the United States and in Soviet foreign policy. And you have the covert subsidies and funding of various European communist parties, right? A lot of the people in the French Communist Party, Louis Althusser and others, a lot of the people in the Italian Communist Party were professors and academics, and they're all getting grant money to write books about, philosophy and art and culture. And people didn't realize they're being gradually, carefully subsidized by American intelligence. And American intelligence is giving grant money to various professors in the French Communist Party and the Italian Communist Party, and nudging them to be more and more critical of the Soviet Union. Finally, in 1978, the Italian Communist Party, the French Communist Party, the Spanish Communist Party denounced the Soviet Union, become Euro-communists, right? That was a big turning point. Well, that was the work of American intelligence, right? Before the U.S. government said all communists are bad, but starting with Brzezinski, they said, well, let's find some communists we like and use them against the Soviet communists, right? Just like they were cozied up to the Chinese communists against the Soviet communists. And the late Cold War was about making it confusing. Don't make the battle lines very clear. And that's, the early Cold War, the battle lines were very clear. You go back to the 1950s, America was red, white, and blue, and God and Jesus against the dirty red scum, the commies. And, by the 70s, it's not clear. It's not clear. And the USA is just saying, well, we're for human rights, and, we'll work with communists for human rights. But, and the Soviet Union is isolated and it's confusing, and there's all kinds of communist factions battling other communist factions. They knew what they were doing, right? And part of that was they started subsidizing, the kind of organizations that communists subsidize. Communists built labor unions. Communists built groups to fight for women's rights. Communists built organizations to fight for the rights of unemployed people and peasants. So the U.S. government started doing that. And that's the whole George Soros color revolution apparatus was created to kind of beat the communists at their own game. And now that seems to be the dominant way the United States maneuvers in the world. It's very, very interesting to see how these things work out. So we're in a situation where, at this point, it seems like the United States may move into Mexico. I was talking about that earlier. And I was talking about how globally we have seen a shift, and how the way the United States asserts its will is largely with NGOs. And then there's a lot of military, governments, military forces around the world that like Russia and China. Because Russia and China provide very good intelligence. The Soviet Union, they've been fighting Islamic extremists for years, right? Long before the United States was dealing with it, right? During World War II, there were Islamist separatists who fought against the Soviet government and were backed by the Nazis in Chechnya, right? And they were Muslims, and they didn't like the Soviet Union because the Soviet Union was communist and atheist. And so, they were dealing with Islamic extremist Wahhabi fanatics way back during World War II, and there were Chechen uprisings in the 50s. And the Soviet Union has been dealing with Islamic extremists and Wahhabis for years. They know exactly how to trace them, how to monitor them. Well, there's people in the Pentagon like Tulsi Gabbard and people in the Pentagon like Michael Flynn that think, hey, we ought to team up with Russia to fight Islamic extremism. I was more excited about those people for a while. Now those people are really, really pro-Israel because their main thing is fighting Islamic extremism. And so they see Hamas and Hezbollah as Islamic extremists. So they're at this point really, really pro-Israel. So, now, the role that they're playing as anti-imperialists seems to be on hold, at least for the moment, because they're not playing playing the same role. But for a while, they were talking friendlier to Russia and even China and People's Korea, because they were, and these are important things to track. These are very, very important things to track. I talk about Brzezinski and his strategies. And, I read, in order to write this book, Where is America Going?, which is about to be published in Chinese, right? I'm signing the contract basically for this to be published in Chinese. In order to write this book, I had to go and read, the Technotronic era by Zbigniew Brzezinski. The Technotronic era, I've got it around here somewhere. It's probably up there or something. It's a very, very good book. It's called Between Two Ages, America Enters the Technotronic Era by Zbigniew Brzezinski. It's a very anti-communist book, but you're reading the voice of the enemy. And it's funny because I bought the book because I thought it would be about computer technology, right? The Technotronic era. Technotronic means, what does Technotronic literally mean, right? Let's get you the exact definition. Technotronic era. What does Technotronic definition? Technotronic, shaped or influenced by changes wrought in advances in technology and communication. So he was saying that there was going to be a Technotronic era. You're on the list. A Technotronic era, where, an era that was shaped and influenced by changes wrought by advances in technology and communications. So I expected I would read that book and learn about the geostrategic uses of the computer revolution, which is what, it's a big part of my book. The first chapter, I talk about the computer revolution and where it came from, etc. And so when I read Brzezinski's book, The Technotronic Era, I was utterly blown away, because I thought I was buying a book about computers, and I was really buying a book about communism. It is a 250-page screed about communism. But the thesis of the book is that the global culture is changing. American culture, American society is changing. And that the changes that are happening globally and domestically in the culture, right? Young people are not as religious as before. People don't blindly follow authority as much. These cultural changes are happening because of access to information. People have more access to information than they had before. They can watch television, they have more access to books, etc. People have more information at their fingertips, Brzezinski argues, and that the new left, he argues, the civil rights movement, the anti-Vietnam War protest movement, is actually just a reaction to that. He says it doesn't represent the threat of communist revolution because it doesn't have a base among the population, right? The bulk of the population is economically comfortable and prosperous. So the new left, he says, does not represent the threat of communist revolution. Rather, it just represents young people reacting to new information and changing their relationship with power and authority. And he argues that rather than oppose the new left should be utilized as a vehicle for destabilizing the Soviet Union, and that the USA should make every effort to position itself at the center of the information technological revolution so it can control the information and, quote unquote, Americanize the world. And I'm reading this book and it's like, damn, I mean, people always tell me, Caleb, you make everything about communism. Everything's about communism with you. But I read Brzezinski's book and I'm like, this book is all about communism. This book is all about communism. And it's fascinating. And he compares the efforts to control the black community and the insurgencies in the black community to the insurgencies in the developing world. He says that the typical profile of a revolutionary is a frustrated, educated person. It's someone who's educated, who gets education and becomes frustrated with what they see, right? And that's the basis. And then in the third world, your Che Guevaras and your Ho Chi Minhs, these are people that got education and saw the condition that their people are in, and were frustrated by it. And he talks about that, and he talks about how part of the success in, weakening the influence of the Black Panthers and communist groups among the black community was subsidizing black nationalists to run poverty programs, etc. And he talked about how, they found various black nationalists who talked against white people, who talked about black people being special and different, but were not communists. And they gave them government money to run these soup kitchens and, community empowerment programs, after school programs. And they subsidized these black nationalists. And that was a way of weakening the influence of communists among the black community. I mean, I'm reading this right there in Brzezinski's book. It's fascinating to me. And that reminds me of, one of the biggest gangs. And this is fascinating to me. One of the biggest gangs in the United States during the 1960s and 70s was the Blackstone Nation. Have you ever heard of the Blackstone Nation? It was based in Chicago, and it was one of the biggest street gangs, the Black Pea Stone. It had many different names: the Almighty Black Pea Stone Nation, the Blackstone Rangers. And it was a black nationalist gang. And they converted to Islam at one point. It became a Muslim organization, and at one point it was accused of having, ties to Gaddafi. But one of the wild things about it is in the early 1960s, the Blackstone Nation, which was a criminal organization, a very criminal organization involved in selling drugs and, all kinds of bad things. The Blackstone Nation was getting funded by the American government, right? No one talks about that, but they were anti-communist. They were black nationalists, and they were linked to the Temple of Moorish Science, which is a black nationalist religious group, kind of like the Nation of Islam. And so the Blackstone Nation was, basically they were members of this criminal organization, and the government knew they were criminals. The government absolutely knew that they were criminals. They hired them in Chicago to run poverty programs. You can read about this. It's not denied. The Blackstone Rangers, they were given millions of dollars in Chicago to run community programs because they were anti-communist and they were a criminal organization. And that basically the idea was that, the U.S. government would fund them. They would set up programs in the black community, teach black people to be anti-communist. And they're nasty motherfuckers. They'll shoot people, they'll kill people or whatever. And so maybe they'll kill the communists because they'll have the extra money and the extra support, right? And that the U.S. government funded the Black Pea Stone Nation, right? And I remember I'm reading in Brzezinski in his book, he's talking about how they subsidized some black nationalist groups. I'm reading that and I'm thinking about how, on the History Channel, they admit that the U.S. government funded the Blackstone Nation as a criminal organization to fight communists during the 1960s and 70s. It's a wild story. Brzezinski is just laying it out there. He's being honest about what the American deep state does, right? He's just telling you what they did, right? And of course, then later, right, the Blackstone Nation, they're still black nationalists and they're still fighting for their people. So of course they imprisoned them for allegedly getting money from Gaddafi and, all kinds of weird stuff, so, it's just like, just because they back somebody today doesn't mean that they always support them, right? Because they then turned on them, right? And that they sent the group to prison largely in 1986 after years of getting support from the American government. The group became, tied to Minister Louis Farrakhan, and the group, was meeting with Gaddafi and having meetings with Gaddafi, and then they threw them all in prison. But that was part of the strategy, right? And you read all about this. It's very, very fascinating to see the efforts of covert manipulation that went on. And I'm working on the new textbook, right? We got volume 1, and I'm working on volume 2, and I'm reading about the new communist movement of the 1970s. I'm doing my research. And the amount of covert manipulation that went on in the 1970s against communist organizations is utterly fascinating. There was an article in the New York Times. There was a guy named Joe Burton who lived in New Orleans. Joe Burton. Read about Joe Burton. Joe Burton was a communist activist, supposedly. But he lived in Tampa, Florida, and he lived in New Orleans. And he went to the New York Times in 1975 and said, I'm an FBI agent. And the FBI is using me to target communist groups. You can read this. This is the New York Times. I'm not making this up. The New York Times reported on it. Joe Burton was a guy the FBI hired to infiltrate communist organizations. And he got involved, and for 2 years, he was a fake communist in Tampa, Florida, and in New Orleans. He was pretending to be a communist, and he was actually an FBI agent. And after a while, he said, this is bullshit. These people aren't doing anything criminal. He says they don't have big stockpiles of weapons. They're not, they don't have huge amounts of foreign money to pay for what they do. I'm not seeing any foreign money. I'm not seeing stockpiles of weapons. I'm not seeing any talk of violence or terrorism. So he just went public. He just went public, and said, hey, look, I'm Joe Burton. And, the FBI was using me to disrupt communist organizations, and that what they had him do was intensify rivalries between communist groups. That was one of the main things he did was, create rivalries and divisions between communist groups. And he eventually sued the FBI because they wouldn't release some of the files that he wanted to prove what he was doing. It's actually really, really wild, really, really wild. And Joe Burton just came out and said, look, yeah, I was an FBI informant. I created this fake communist group, in 1973. I was actually an FBI agent, and I set up this fake communist group, and my job was to go around and, create confusion among communists in America, and it was bullshit. And it's very fascinating. You can read about Joe Burton, and this was back in the 1970s, right? This is long before they had, the level of spying. There was no internet back then and stuff. The amount of manipulation you can be sure that they're doing of communist groups now, the amount of manipulation they're doing of anti-imperialists right now is massive. You can be absolutely sure of it. There's a case that people don't talk about this now, right? People do not talk about this, but there was a Nazi radio host, a Nazi host who threatened Cynthia McKinney, right? Hal Turner, right? The Nazi Hal Turner. This was a while back. Hal Turner, right, was this neo-Nazi. You can read about him, right? Nazi, right? It is very interesting, right? Hal Turner, he was this Nazi guy. He had a radio show, where he just, spewed white supremacism, and he was an awful person. He sold nooses on his website. He had the Hal Turner radio show. It was like an internet radio show. It was also on some websites. And he was just this guy who was a neo-Nazi. Well, it turns out he was an FBI informant the whole time. The whole thing was set up by the FBI. The whole thing was set up so that they could track various neo-Nazis around the world. Sean Hannity did some interviews with him and talked with him and stuff, but he was never actually a neo-Nazi. He came forward and he said, look, I'm just an FBI agent, right? This was just a fishing expedition, right? But they say it was just a fishing expedition. He was just trying to get information on Nazis. But while he was a Nazi, he was urging people, over his radio show to attack Cynthia McKinney, the congresswoman. Right? He was trying to incite his listeners to go after Congresswoman Cynthia McKinney, who's a great anti-imperialist, who's, done a lot of great stuff. She's not so good on China these days, but Cynthia McKinney is very amazing. Green Party presidential candidate, anti-imperialist, he was, he was a paid informant for the FBI for years and years and years. They paid him millions of dollars. They sent him on international trips to meet with neo-Nazis around the world. The whole thing was completely an FBI hoax, right? But you can be sure that this guy Hal Turner, who was an FBI informant, he didn't just. I mean, it's not like he just gathered information for the FBI. You can be sure that certain tropes, he influenced this guy. They blew him up. He was like one of the biggest neo-Nazis on the internet back in 2008, right? And that he set the tone of what neo-Nazis believed, right? He was crafting and manipulating neo-Nazi discourse on behalf of the FBI, right? This is something that people need to talk about, right? And nobody wants to acknowledge this, but there are many neo-Nazis in America. But Hal Turner blew up to be the biggest Nazi, right? And he was a white supremacist and he was a hateful guy, but they blew him up to be, this massive figure, this big, and because he had FBI backing, he was able to set the tone for what a neo-Nazi sounded like, right? I mean, there's different beliefs among neo-Nazis, but the guy who was the FBI guy was the one who set the discourse. And so when I talk about BreadTube, right? BreadTube, it's now basically proven. My book, BreadTube Serves Imperialism. I deserve a fucking award for this book, okay? Before Max Blumenthal proved it, I called it. No one had said it yet. I called it. I said that BreadTube was a U.S. ruling class operation, right? And I said based on the fact that Steve Hassan advises them, based on the fact that they're pro-Ukraine and anti-Russia, based on the fact that they demonize and go after anyone who's anti-imperialist, based on the fact that their socialism doesn't even challenge property relations. It's just basically start a worker co-op with your friends. I wrote this book saying that BreadTube is probably some kind of operation by the government or by figures within the ultra-rich that are trying to defeat Donald Trump. I said that. When I said that, they made fun of it. Oh, that's crazy, Caleb. Oh my God, you think everyone who disagrees with you is FBI. Oh, whoa. And they were laughing about it. And then about 6 or 7 months later, Gray Zone produced a smoking gun that one of the biggest BreadTubers, Abigail Thorne, is a paid agent of a British intelligence-linked foundation, right? She's basically getting checks from the British government by proxy. Right. And then she laughs about it and admits, oh, yeah, I get paid by George Soros. Oh. And she admits like it's a big joke that she gets funded by George Soros. And then the icing on the cake, ContraPoints, another one of the big BreadTubers, Hillary Clinton does a whole show about ContraPoints on Netflix. Hillary Clinton and Chelsea Clinton do a whole big hour-long segment with one of the top BreadTubers, ContraPoints. Just all about what it's like to be a YouTuber who happens to be a socialist. And at this point, nobody denies that there has been covert support, that these socialists on the internet, the BreadTube crowd, are being supported by the American deep state, right? It's a fact. It's an established fact. I called it before anybody else called it, right? Because I had inside information about Steve Hassan. That Steve Hassan guy is a bad dude. That Cult Awareness Network guy, he is a bad dude, and he runs a very, very bad group of people, right? And we can talk about that some other time. But Steve Hassan, anyone he's working with or advising, I mean, he's an intelligence asset. He glows like you wouldn't believe. He's a kidnapper, right? He goes on CNN as a cult expert, even though he has absolutely no academic, they do not respect him as an academic at all. Any, academic psychologist will tell you his bite model is bullshit, right? And so, now, like, basically I proved to you that what they did with Hal Turner was the Nazi who was the American government guy, right? And the American government set up a Nazi and created it was before social media, but they created an internet personality who was a Nazi. And they did very similar things with him. They gave him segments on CNN to promote him, right? They had segments. Have you heard of this new Nazi named Hal Turner? And they just hold segments. Oh, there's a Nazi on the internet. Check out Hal Turner. And the same thing with BreadTube. Have you heard of this new socialist group on the internet? Oh, yes, ContraPoints. Oh, have you heard of it? I mean, it's the same kind of shit where they use mainstream media outlets that have a relationship with intelligence to blow certain people up. And then and it's about controlling certain dissident communities, right? The FBI used Hal Turner to try and control and manipulate the far right, right? The white supremacist crowd, they created Hal Turner as a way to control and manipulate them. BreadTube is Hal Turner for the left. And that's basically what they are, right? And, you know, just like none of the neo-Nazis had ever heard of Hal Turner before. He just kind of came out of nowhere. Nobody in the socialist movement has ever heard of ContraPoints, has ever heard of Vosh, has ever heard. None of these people were ever doing stuff. I've been going to socialist conferences for years. I never met any of these people. I know I could tell you by name all the people in the New York City ISO, all the people in the RCP. I never did. No one had any idea who this Vosh clown was. You know, they blew them all up, right? And it was a similar tactic. It's like covert manipulation. I exposed it with my BreadTube book, right? And, I'm waiting for my apology. All I got for it was I got canceled. All I got for it was Steve Hassan desperately sent his people into my organization to try and dig up dirt on me. Right. That Steve Hassan guy, I can't say who, but I was given information about Steve Hassan and his relationship to BreadTube. And that's when I decided to write the book. And the point of the book was largely to debunk their ideas about socialism. They say socialism is just an employee stock ownership program. Bullshit, right? They say that, that socialism, that fascism is, the same as communism. And, anyone they don't like is a fascist. I said bullshit, right? I wrote this book to debunk their ideas about socialism largely, but to also lay out that it looks like because Dr. Steve Hassan is advising them, which I found out from that Steve Hassan guy has made a lot of enemies over the years. This guy is dangerous. You want to talk about a dangerous man, right? This clown. I mean, this guy is dangerous. He is dangerous and he is evil, right? This is the face of evil, right? I'm putting on the stupidest picture of him I can find. I hope it's big enough on the screen. This guy is evil, all right? And let's just talk about this guy for a minute, right? Let's talk about him because there's not enough talk about Dr. Steve Hassan. This dude is evil. This man is evil, right? This is the face of evil, this doofus, Dr. Steve Hassan, right? That's a dumb-looking picture of him. But if you've ever watched a documentary about cults on Netflix, you've seen this guy. If you've ever turned on CNN to have somebody talk about cults and how dangerous they are, you've seen that clown, Steve Hassan, Dr. Steve Hassan, right? He is a very, very dangerous man, right? Very, very, very dangerous. He is a very interesting background. I mean, the background just tells you everything you need to know about this guy. So this guy, Dr. Steve Hassan, he lives in the Boston area, Massachusetts. Right. And, he's originally from Queens, New York. And, when he was like 19 years old, it was the early 70s and he joined the Moonies. The Moonies, the Unification Church, they were out there, they were selling flowers and going around to college campuses and they recruited him to join the group. And he doesn't exactly lie about how they recruited him. He just kind of obfuscates it. His story, this is great about how they recruited him. He says that, there were these two young women who came up to me and they said that they were students at the college and they invited me to a meal at somebody's house, and they weren't actually students at the college. So I went to the meal at the house. That's how I joined the group. But if you actually read his book, that's not the whole story. Yes, they came up to him at the college. Yes, they took him to a dinner. He left the dinner and then he went back to a workshop. And he went to a weekend workshop. Then he went back and stayed with his parents. He met with his parents' rabbi, and the parents' rabbi thought he was becoming a Christian and was like, we're trying to urge him to not be a Christian. Then he went back to another workshop, and then he ultimately moved out of his parents' house. And so the idea that they just tricked him into going to a dinner and he never came back, that's not actually true. Right? They make it sound in his autobiographies and all of that, he went to this dinner. They tricked him to go into this dinner and then they brainwashed him. And that's not actually what happened, right? He went to a dinner. He went home. He went to a workshop. He went home. He went to another workshop. He went home. He met with his parents' rabbi, and he then decided to join the Unification Church. So, the idea that he, they tricked him, they got him to join it against his will is bullshit. He had every opportunity. If this wasn't something he wanted to do, He could have not gone to the workshop. He could have not gone to the next workshop. He could have had a conversation with his parents' rabbi and decided not. I mean, he made a choice to join the Unification Church, and according to his own narrative, and he covers that up. If you ever see interviews with him, he's always like, "Oh, I just went to, they lied to me. They tricked me to going out to dinner, and that's how I joined the group." And it's like, that's not actually what happened if you read the fine print. And if you read the fine print of his actual story, if you actually read the fine print of his actual story, the reason he joined the Moonies, I mean, he basically admits, is that he had issues with his father. Fascinating. He had issues with his father. He was 19. He was living at home. He and his dad were not getting along. His dad had always told him, you can't do anything to change the world. His dad was very cynical. Well, the Moonies were a group of people that said, you can change the world. We're a mass movement. We're going to defeat communism. We're going to, we're going to spread Jesus Christ and God's love all over the world, etc. And so that was very appealing to him. And he was living at home and he was unhappy and he had just had a breakup. His girlfriend had left him. And he joined them because of personal psychological issues that he had. And he always wants to cover that up and like he's a victim somehow. So he joined the Unification Church. He was in it for 2 years. After he got out of the church, he decided he was going to try to destroy the Unification Church. So he testified in Congress at something called the Korea-gate hearings. Do you know about this? Right? So the dictator of South Korea was Park Chung-hee. Do you guys know about Park Chung-hee? Park Chung-hee was the dictator of South Korea, right? And Park Chung-hee was a Bonapartist strongman, right? The first dictator of South Korea that the USA had ever installed, the first dictator that the USA installed was Syngman Rhee. And Syngman Rhee was very brutal. He murdered a lot of college students and a lot of activists and stuff. But Syngman Rhee was very ineffective. And the economy did not get better under Syngman Rhee. So Syngman Rhee was toppled in the April Revolution. After the April Revolution, they installed a new military dictator. It was this guy, Park Chung-hee. Park Chung-hee was the military dictator of South Korea for most of the 60s and 70s. And Park Chung-hee, he stabilized the South Korean economy. He built, huge, he built a huge like government-controlled steel industry. Park Chung-hee wanted South Korea to have its own nuclear weapons. And that way, there would be no need for the U.S. troops in South Korea. Park Chung-hee felt like the USA didn't want South Korea to develop, which is true, right? The USA wanted South Korea to be stable to fight the communists, but they didn't really want South Korea to have its own strong economy to compete with them. And when he starts building a car manufacturer and Samsung, and he's, South Korea is now very huge in the world of industry, right? I mean, cars are made there, telecommunications, right? That's all because of this guy, this strongman right-wing military dictator, right? So Park Chung-hee, he doesn't like the fact that the U.S. government is telling him what to do. So he announces that he wants South Korea to get its own atomic bomb. And he announces that by like 1980, they're going to have their own atomic bomb. And that way they won't need any U.S. troops because they'll have the atomic bomb. So if North Korea tries to pull anything, they can nuke North Korea, right? And so he announces he starts a nuclear program. Well, the USA is not thrilled about this. Neither is Britain, neither is France. So they started imposing sanctions on South Korea. See, you never know anything about this, right? They always tell you about North Korea and their nuclear program. They don't tell you that South Korea had a nuclear program. And the USA was flipping out because if South Korea got its own nukes, they wouldn't have a reason to have their military there any longer. So the Carter administration launched an investigation, a series of congressional investigations called Korea-gate. And you can read about Korea-gate. And it was basically to investigate Park Chung-hee, right? The Korea-gate scandal, right? Members of Congress were allegedly being bribed by Tongsun Park, who was a South Korean businessman. Tongsun Park. And Tongsun Park, right, was a South Korean businessman. He was doing business, and he was apparently bribing members of Congress. They had like a witch hunt against South Korean business owners because South Korea was getting its own nuclear weapons. It was becoming independent. Well, long story short, wild story. How did Park Chung-hee die? Well, Park Chung-hee is the military dictator of South Korea. How did he die? Well, he was having dinner at his house, October 26th, 1979. Jimmy Carter is still the president. He's having dinner at his house. You can read about this. Read the Wikipedia page. It's all there. Right? So Park Chung-hee is having dinner at his house with the head of the Korean CIA. Right? Which makes sense, right? The president of the country and the head of the intelligence agency of the country having dinner. And apparently they had an argument, and the head of the Korean CIA shot him and killed him. The head of the intelligence agency killed the president. Could you imagine that? That'd be like if JFK had dinner with the head of the CIA and the CIA guy killed him, right? I mean, that's pretty blatant. That sounds like conspiracy to me. And then the head of the Korean CIA who killed him was executed before ever stating what his motive was. So the head of the Korean CIA, the other Korean CIA people grab him and kill him, right? Now, you look at that, that's shady as hell. Shady as hell, especially when you realize that the Korean CIA was basically trained and all set up by the American CIA. And it looks like Park Chung-hee was too independent. He wanted South Korea to have their own nukes. He was building up their economy more than the USA wanted. They offed Park Chung-hee. So, you know, part of building the case against South Korea and part of Korea-gate was that they launched an investigation into the Moonies, the Unification Church, the Reverend Sun Myung Moon. They did a huge investigation into the Moonies. Why? Because the Moonies were right-wingers. They were hardline anti-communists, and they were very friendly and loyal to Park Chung-hee. And they tried to allege that the Moonies were somehow illegally lobbying for Park Chung-hee. They could never prove that, but there was a hysterical campaign in the U.S. media, and there were congressional hearings against the Moonies, alleging that they were working for Park Chung-hee to subvert American politics. That was the allegation. And of course, the Moonies liked Ronald Reagan. They did not like Jimmy Carter. They thought Jimmy Carter was soft on communism. They were hard right Republicans. So, you know, media hysteria got going. So Steve Hassan, his claim to fame, the way that he became Mr. Cult Guru, the way he became famous, right? The way this guy became who he is today is that they wanted to, you know, witch hunt Korean businessmen, and they wanted to set the stage for the assassination of Park Chung-hee. And so they put him on the news, and they put him on national television, and he testified before Congress. Oh, yes, they brainwashed me. Oh, they controlled me. I was a drone. You know, and he told all these crazy stories about how, you know, they didn't let him sleep, and, you know, and that he would have killed anyone. And he was just like Hitler. Moon is just like Hitler, blah, 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 blah. And all kinds of stuff. And, you know, they made him hate his own people. He's a Jew, and that Reverend Moon secretly hates the Jews, and he wants to kill the Jews, and all kinds of crazy shit, right? So Steve Hassan's career started then. So then Steve Hassan and his buddies set up something called the Cult Awareness Network, right? And this is fascinating. So there's this guy named Ted Patrick. Ted Patrick. You guys know about Ted Patrick, old Ted Patrick. Ted Patrick was a guy, you know, Ted Patrick was an American, you know, who, you know, basically started a kidnapping business. All right. You can read about this guy in the 70s. If your teenager, or your adult child, your legal adult child, your college age child joined the Hare Krishnas, joined a communist organization, joined a religious group you didn't like, you hired Ted Patrick to kidnap them and hold them against their will and deprogram them. And Ted Patrick went around the country kidnapping people for pay. Right? If your parents, you know, and this was a common thing, right? 60s and 70s, teenagers ran away and joined the hippies, right? You know, there's a whole lot about that. You know, teenage runaways, and, you know, you run away and you join the hippies, right? That was a big thing, right? Haight-Ashbury was full of, you know, people who ran away. There was the LSD cult that was a big thing. It was part of the culture, right? Is that young people, you know, they went hitchhiking, where they'd stand on the side of the road and hold up their thumbs, and a lot of young people were running away, were joining fanatical groups, communist groups, hippie counterculture groups, LSD, drug gangs. There was all kinds of, they called it youth culture, counterculture was going on. But if your child got involved in one of these groups or left, right, and we're talking adults here, right, because with minors, this is legal, right? You know, if you are a minor and you leave your family, your parents can call the police and the police will take you home. You can, that's different. But we're talking legal adults. If your adult child joined, if your adult relative joined a group, Ted Patrick, you could hire him, and Ted Patrick would kidnap them and lock them in a room and browbeat them until they changed their religious beliefs. And he called himself a deprogrammer. And he said these groups were brainwashing people, right? And there's all kinds of crazy stories about this Ted Patrick guy and like some of the crazy shit he would do. There's one story. Ted Patrick apparently kidnapped somebody, right? Kidnapped a girl, right? The parents didn't like the religious group she joined. Kidnapped her, locked her in a basement, yelled at her, all of this. And so he's very happy. He brings the girl out and he says to the parents, he says, "All right, your daughter is now a Christian again." And the parents are like, "But she was Jewish before." He deprogrammed her to the wrong religion, right? It was like comedy, right? That if you lock somebody in a room and you don't let them eat and you don't let them watch or read anything and you just yell at them a whole lot, eventually they'll just give in. It's called Stockholm syndrome, right? I mean, it's people in prison, if they put you in solitary confinement and the only person you ever see for a couple weeks is the guard, you'll become friends with that guard because they're the only person. It's actual brainwashing, right? And so Ted Patrick would engage in what's called false imprisonment, which is a very serious crime, hold people against their will, browbeat them until they renounced their religious beliefs, until he, convinced them, and then he would take them back to their parents. And he made hundreds of thousands of dollars doing this. It's a very serious crime, but he was, this was some deep state versus deep state stuff, right? A lot of these religious groups were being backed by wings of the military and wings of American intelligence, right? And there were wings of American intelligence that didn't like them also. And that this was FBI versus FBI. This was the only way he could get away with this. This was some deep state stuff, okay? If you kidnap somebody off the street and hold them against their will and browbeat them until they change their religious beliefs, you generally go to jail. It's called false imprisonment, kidnapping. But somebody was protecting Ted Patrick. So Steve Hassan made friends with Ted Patrick, and he and a guy named Rick Ross and other people, they had this thing called the Cult Awareness Network that posed as an organization that was just raising awareness about the danger of cults and why cults are so dangerous. But they ran a kidnapping racket, right? They were kidnapping people. They were fucking kidnappers. And Steve Hassan admits in his books that he was involved in forcible deprogramming. He admits this, that he was involved in kidnapping people. And he's proud of this. There are signed affidavits from people that he kidnapped, and he tied their hands, and he wouldn't let them go to the bathroom by themselves. He watched them pee and tried to control them. Go and read what Arthur Rosell, who was a Scientologist, a guy who converted to Scientology, and Arthur Rosell's parents hired Steve Hassan, and he has a legally signed off affidavit about what Steve Hassan did to him. It's horrible. It's really, really horrible. Anyway, you read about what he did to Arthur Rosell. I mean, it's absolutely, absolutely horrible, right? So that's Steve Hassan, right? So Steve Hassan is a very, very shady figure, right? And he's been doing this for years. And and ultimately the Cult Awareness Network was sued because they violated civil rights on so many occasions. So many people got kidnapped and stuff that ultimately they were put out of business, right? You read about the Cult Awareness Network. They were put out of business because of all the kidnapping that they were doing. They were kidnapping people and violating their rights. And ultimately Ted Patrick did do like a year in jail, which is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, for that much kidnapping he was doing, he only does a year in jail, right? Steve Hassan never got charged, right? And he never faced any criminal charges, even though he admits he was a kidnapper, right? And the group was bankrupted by lawsuits, and it stopped existing. But Steve Hassan, all through the 90s, all through in the 2000s, he was all over television. And it gets even more wild. So when he was running the Cult Awareness Network, this like kidnapping group, who is one of their primary recruits? Ginny Thomas. Ginny Thomas, the wife of U.S. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. Right? A member of the U.S. Supreme Court, Clarence Thomas, his wife, Ginny Thomas. Virginia Thomas is her name. She goes by Ginny. She was somebody that Steve Hassan allegedly deprogrammed. So you have like the wife of somebody on the Supreme Court, right? This woman whose husband is a U.S. Supreme Court justice is somebody that is getting deprogrammed by Steve Hassan. That is very messed up, right? And it shows you that his whole thing, his whole racket is, I'm unbrainwashing you and all of that. But if you read Steve Hassan's writing, he's obsessed with neuro-linguistic programming. He's obsessed with hypnotism. This guy is a brainwasher. That's what he is. He's not an unbrainwasher. He's a fucking brainwasher, right? And he's obsessed with trying to control other people's minds, trying to manipulate people. Like, he's obsessed with that. And he's got like literal Supreme Court justice wives that he's programmed. I mean, it is like something from Dark Mirror. It's edgy and weird. It's weird as hell. It's a scary wing of the universe, right? It's some MK Ultra shit, right? And he's the unbrainwasher. He's the anti-cult guy. But if you look at it, what he does is, and you watch any speech that Steve Hassan's given, he always says, what does he say? He says, China is the world's largest political cult. China is the world's largest political cult. Russia is a political cult. He hates RT. He's obsessed with RT. He hates RT. He talks on it many times on his podcast. He's always saying RT is an evil mind control operation from Russia. He's always saying we have to outlaw RT. We have to outlaw conspiracy theories. Oh, we got to, I mean, he is clearly an intelligence asset. Very, very clearly an intelligence asset. I mean, if there ever was an intelligence asset, it is this guy, right? And so when I found out that this guy is behind the scenes talking to ContraPoints, talking to Vosh about how to run BreadTube, I knew I had to write a book. There's a book here, right? And so I wrote BreadTube Serves Imperialism when an unnamed source that I cannot disclose revealed to me that Steve Hassan, Dr. Steve Hassan, the intelligence asset, the kidnapper, that guy was advising ContraPoints, Vosh, other BreadTube people. All right? So here's the wild thing. So, he's only appeared publicly with one BreadTuber. And it's this guy named Caleb Kane. And Caleb Kane, they did a story about him in the New York Times. He was, into the alt-right. He was a white supremacist. And then he got unbrainwashed. He's the repentant former white supremacist who now realizes he was wrong, blah, blah, blah. So after I wrote my book, BreadTube Serves Imperialism, right? Caleb Kane, he does a podcast with one of these people. And he says, oh, Caleb's completely wrong. He says, no, Caleb's completely wrong. I've only talked to Steve Hassan once, he says. He says, it's actually this big network of people that Steve Hassan works with. They're the ones that are tied to the government, not Steve Hassan. Caleb doesn't know what he's talking about. And I watched this video and I'm like, oh my God. Like, Caleb Kane is sitting there and he's like trying to dump on me. And he's like, oh, he's wrong. I only talked to Steve Hassan once. It's this big network of people that are exiting extremism. That's who's in bed with the government, not Steve Hassan. It's this big network. It's this big network. It's this big network, this big network of people that are exiting extremism. They're the ones that are tied in with the government. And it's like, are you kidding me? I mean, and it's like, but I'm wrong. No, I'm clearly right. Right. And so Caleb Kane, lets it out of the bag that it's not just Steve Hassan who's advising BreadTube. There's a whole network of deprogramming and exiting extremism kind of people whose job it is to manipulate people's politics that are behind the scenes. And Steve Hassan's involved with it, but he's just a minor figure in what is a large government operation for exiting, for people to exit extremism. So it's like what I wrote in BreadTube Serves Imperialism. This book is so much more right than I could have ever imagined, right? I just said, look, Steve Hassan is a spook and, he's involved with it. And then they revealed that Abigail Thorne is a paid British shill. They then revealed that, from there, they revealed that, Steve Hassan is actually part of a much bigger network. Then ContraPoints went and did a video with Hillary Clinton and Chelsea Clinton. And at this point, everyone basically admits that I was wrong in the sense that I lowballed it. I only had one intelligence connection, right? And BreadTube is so clearly tied in with the U.S. deep state and So there you go. This was a win for our community. I'll tell you, I have never made more money off of a book than I made off of this book. This book was brilliant because the BreadTube community, they're desperate for content. They're desperate for content. So all of them read the book out loud, talked about it, and they all lied about it. And none of them read anything but the first chapter. But it doesn't matter because it was great advertising. And there are a lot of people who did read the whole book because of the advertising they gave it. And so it got through. So I appreciate that. And now you hear them, right? And now they always want to say, oh, CPI doesn't exist anymore. Caleb, they dissolved CPI. Caleb just disappeared. I didn't disappear. I'm right here. They don't want to give me publicity anymore because they made a mistake. They thought they could make me a laughing stock. They thought they could make me a fool. And they gave me a huge amount of attention. CPI expanded and grew. They sent people into our organization, right? And they paid them to write dirt about me, which we now have confirmation of that, right? One of the people has admitted on social media that the attack on me was a paid operation, right? We've got screenshots of them saying they got paid, right? These, people that were working with me got paid to, gossip about me and tell lies about me. And we continue to operate. So now if you listen to any of the BreadTube people, they'll drop my name here, they'll drop my name there, and then they'll say CPI doesn't exist, Caleb's gone. Actually, no, we do exist, and we're doing great. And we just had an amazing conference in Portland, Oregon. And so that's what you need to know about what's going on there. Right. And this is kind of an amazing story. Right. Right. And it fits in with the theme of this book. I mean, because I end this book, one of the appendices in this book, Where is America Going?, which has gotten great reviews. I was on Kim Iverson's show about it. This book is like very, very well received. Everyone who reads this book says it blows their mind. But one of the appendices in this book, right, is I have a timeline of 1978 to 1981, right? Because there was a big fight in the ruling class. The transition from Jimmy Carter to Ronald Reagan represented a big fight in the ruling class. The Iran hostage crisis was going on. There was a big fight in the ruling class. The battle, the 1960s, Yankee and Cowboy War kind of came to its head, in those years. And what I maintain is that those divisions in the ruling class have reopened. They reopened with the Obama administration. With the financial crisis of 2008, the fight reopened. And that the Carter faction, they reasserted themselves with Barack Obama. Barack Hussein Obama studied at Columbia University in the very international studies department that was set up by Zbigniew Brzezinski. And that, he was at war with the Tea Party. He was at war with the military industrial complex, and that the Carter-Reagan fight reopened. It reopened. It reopened more or less with the what do you call it? With the Obama administration, and that Trump represents the lower levels of capital going up against the Eastern establishment, the Anglo-American establishment that Carol Quigley describes, right? There's a fight in the American ruling class. There's a fight within the deep state, right? A lot of Trumpers, they say, well, there's the deep state and then there's the good guys. It's like, no, there are different wings of the deep state. There's a Trump wing of the deep state, right? Trump would never have been able to take the presidency the way he did if there wasn't a section of the deep state that really liked him. There are differences within the intelligence agencies. There are differences within the military and the Pentagon. And there are differences within the ruling class. Among the millionaires and billionaires, the big money interests that dominate this country, there are competing interests, and they disagree about Russia, and they disagree about China, and they disagree about degrowth economics, and they disagree about Israel, and they disagree about different things, right? And that it's not like there's this bad thing out there called the deep state, right? That's how Trumpers tend to talk about it. There's this bad thing called the deep state, and we're against it. It's not that simple. There's a lot of people on the left who think that way too, right? It's like, well, there's so-and-so is an agent, right? Well, you know, so-and-so is good, but then I found out they're an agent. It's like, no, it's not that simple, right? Every revolution in history has started with a division in the ruling class. Every revolution in history has started that way, with a division in the ruling class. The working class gets brought into politics, and then from there, it begins asserting you're on the list. It begins asserting its political will, right? And that, I mean, that's even in the Communist Manifesto, right? Karl Marx says blatantly that's how it's going to happen, right? So whenever someone screams at you about class independence, they're wrong, right? That there are divisions within the ruling class, right? The Communist Manifesto even references this. I'll read you what the Communist Manifesto says, right? I can. The bourgeoisie finds itself involved in a constant battle. At first with the aristocracy, and later on with those portions of the bourgeoisie itself whose interests have become antagonistic to the progress of industry, at all times with the bourgeoisie of foreign countries. In all these battles, it sees itself compelled to appeal to the proletariat, to ask for help, and thus to drag it into the political arena. The bourgeoisie itself, therefore, supplies the proletariat with its own elements of political and general education. In other words, it furnishes the proletariat with the weapons for fighting the bourgeoisie. That's in the Communist Manifesto. It says that the way the working class learns to fight, the way the revolution starts to happen, is the bourgeoisie appeals to the proletariat, pulls them into the political arena, drags it into the political arena. Then what else does the Communist Manifesto say? Finally, in times when the class struggle nears the decisive hour, the progress of dissolution going on within the ruling class, in fact, within the whole range of society, assumes a violent character. Society is coming apart, and there's so much instability and chaos, it gets really violent. A small section of the ruling class cuts itself adrift and joins the revolutionary class that holds the future in its hands. Just as, therefore, in an earlier period, a section of the nobility went over to the bourgeoisie, now a portion of the bourgeoisie goes over to the proletariat. So even back in 1848, Karl Marx explained that it's going to start with workers being brought into politics by the bourgeoisie, appealed to, dragged into the political arena to fight their own battles. But through that process, it's going to shift, and it's going to be the ruling class coming over to join the workers as they hold the future in their hands. That's how revolutions happen. Right? And so there's a lot of people on the left, right? Just like on the right, all these Trumpers are like, well, there's the deep state. Are you part of the deep state? Well, it's like, no, the deep state has different factions within it. And then you get a lot of people on the left that are like, well, I used to like so-and-so, and then I found out they're an agent. Well, I used to like, and it's like, no. Right? The whole way the working class becomes politically active is the ruling class drags them into the political arena. People say, oh, Jimmy Dore, I found out he got a donation from somebody. It's like, so what? Right? I used to like, this person, but then I heard that they got a subsidy from this person. So they must be a phony. No, this is the process of capitalist decay, right? And this is how every revolution in history has happened. Divisions in the ruling class, the workers being dragged into the political arena, fights but in the ruling class create openings for the people. A lot of great super chats are coming in. Right? We should probably do our roll call here pretty soon because, oh man, Chow Chow Kathy has even more. And oh man. So there we go. Well, tell you what, folks, why don't we now do our roll call? We'll do our roll call at this point. Names and locations, because I have so many super chats to answer. But keep the super chats rolling in. I appreciate it. But yeah, let's do the roll call and then I'll start answering super chats. Because I know people want to get answers to their super chats. People want to get answers. And so, yeah. Right. There we go. So, all right. Names and locations, folks. Names and locations. We got Rice from Adelaide, Australia. We got Rupert Fellows from England. We got Phil Sang from Miami, Florida. Gonzalo in Augustin. Seneca in South Carolina. Ottawa. Gleb in Long Beach. Shout out to you, Gleb. It was good to meet you. Nate snowboarding in Colorado. Enjoy. John Whitty in Houston. St. David's, Bermuda. Jamie in St. Paul. Edwin in the Philippines. San Jose, California. One Dot from London. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Albuquerque, New Mexico, Victory Gin. Jenny Lynn in Cincinnati. Welcome, 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 everybody. So glad to have you here. George A. Vlad in Chicago. Welcome. Ian Chester in England. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Anyone on the... we got Auckland, New Zealand, Kiwi Corner. Right? Jonathan Blazer. Johnny Blaze is on the Rumble as well. Very, very good. We got who do we got on the Rumble? On the Rumble, we got Johnny Blaze and we got Kiwi Corner, Auckland, New Zealand. And then, we got Timoshenko in St. Louis, Chester in England, Joshua in St. Louis, Missouri. Hey, do you and Joshua know each other? You should, because St. Louis. Brendan in San Francisco Bay Area, California. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Anybody else? Names and locations. Names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Names and locations. Who is with us? Names and locations. We are more than halfway in. We're doing a mega stream today, which means I do 8 hours, right? So I did 4 hours this morning, and we're now at 1 hour and 32 minutes. So we got 2.5 hours left to see if we can hit our 2-hour goal for tonight. So there you go. Steve in Boston. Welcome, Steve. Patrick in Maine. Welcome, welcome. I think I am going to open a window. It's getting a little hot in here. I'm in an apartment building. The heat is controlled not by me, but by the landlady. So I am going to see if I can open this window. Yeah, there we go. Got the window open a little bit. That helps, right? It's getting a little hot. I was starting to sweat there. But there we go. And, but anyway, so, okay. All right. So, Merry Christmas, Z. That supports Russia and Ukraine. It's great. It's great, folks. It's so hot here too warm. Well, it's actually quite cold here, but it's, the building, the heat is getting hot. So had to open a window. So, okay. So first things first, there was 2 Rumble rants that I missed from this morning, from the early afternoon. I just didn't get to them. The first was from Chow Chow Kathy. She said, Jimmy Dore did a great video with the shaman guy. He's running for Congress in Arizona. Contact him, and I'm sure he'd be glad to help. He's an awesome guy. nothing presented in mainstream media. And that was Chow Chow Kathy responding to the fact that I would really like to get this book to January 6th prisoners, even though they would vehemently disagree with it. I'm sure they're all very anti-communist, but I feel like they would learn something from it, and they got time, right? They're sitting there behind bars. They got time to read it. And so, yeah, if anybody else has any suggestions on how I could get Where is America Going? Marxism, MAGA, and the Coming Revolution, how I could get that to January 6th prisoners, I would like to do that. That is one of my goals. I might set up a GoFundMe or something. I'd like to find a way to get that book to January 6th prisoners, because I feel like it would be a great contribution if they could get it. Oh, Gabby in Chicago. Yes, Gabby. Great to have you. Gabby was here this morning too. Great. And so was Jenny Lynn. Some people are really into this channel. I appreciate that. So that was the first super chat I missed this morning, or Rumble rant. The second one, what is the significance of Protestantism arising around the same time as capitalism? Oh, that's very simple, right? That Catholicism, the Catholic Church, was the institution that held together feudal society, right? The king ruled with a divine right. The Pope backed up the kings. The church was the institution that gave blessing to the kings of Europe, and the Protestant Reformation was the very beginning of the ripping apart of feudalism, right? That's, and it started because of indulgences, right? Is that you could buy the right to sin, right? You could buy the right to sin. And so you had Martin Luther and others saying that doesn't work, right? You bought forgiveness for sin, because money was suddenly more widely available because they had more of a market. You had the Silk Road from Europe and merchant classes and stuff. So you had the very beginning of a capitalist class, and that created some religious questions that questioned the authenticity of the church. And that was the beginning of the Protestant Reformation. Largely, the Protestant forces that are anti-Catholic are representing the rising capitalist class against the feudal order, which is propped up by Catholicism. That's just pretty standard. That's a pretty standard Marxist interpretation, that the printing press was a key invention. The Catholic Church was using it to print indulgences, but soon it got into the hands of the rising mercantile class that was critical of Catholicism. And that, yes, the Protestant Reformation was very much about usurping the power of the Catholic Church, and the Catholic Church was the institution that dictated and controlled feudalism. And the Catholic Church, I've pointed out, they are vaguely anti-capitalist because they're feudal. They're a feudal institution, right? The Catholic Church, they used to condemn money. They condemned money lending, the lending of money. The Catholic Church was very much, critical of capitalism as it was emerging, because they were for feudalism. They were an institution that emerged, and its ideas and its whole way of being was a result of feudalism. So that's what that's about. So there we go. So those are the two Rumble rants that I missed. And now we have a couple more that are coming. Now, the first one is from Jonathan Blazer, and it was also asked by Timoshenko. He asked about it. What's going on in Serbia? And so I think I'll just answer that now. It looks to me like the United States is trying to pull off a color revolution in Serbia. I mean, that's what it looks like to me, because, the rule, Serbia is more pro-Russian than, there's so much pro-Russian sentiment in Serbia. Serbia, they were the victim of that horrendous bombing by Bill Clinton, where he accused them of committing genocide in order to overthrow Milosevic. They destabilized and overthrew the former Yugoslavia. And that there's a lot of pro-Russian anti-imperialist sentiment in Serbia, right? You have to remember that the way the United States worked against the socialist government of Yugoslavia was that they fomented an Islamic insurgency by ethnic Albanians, right? Ethnic Albanians who were Muslim were recruited into a thing called the Kosovo Liberation Army. And they were against the Christians. And that Serbia, even though, under communism, was largely atheistic, Serbia, their religion is Orthodox. They are Orthodox Christians. And so Serbia, an Orthodox country, was besieged by an Islamic insurgency backed by the United States. They fought it. And in response to their fighting it, the U.S. government accused them of committing genocide and bombed the hell out of them, and then staged the Otpor uprising to topple Milosevic. The Russian government has a very, very strong loyalty to this other group of Russian Orthodox believers. They're not Russian Orthodox, but they're Orthodox believers who were targeted by an Islamic insurgency from the West. And Serbia, Serbians, it's interesting, Serbians in the United States, even, and I noticed this, right? Generally, the people that you meet in the United States who are from any country that's ever been anti-imperialist are generally the pro-imperialist people. But in Cleveland, there were a lot of Serbians who, maybe they didn't like communism. But they were adamant that what Bill Clinton did when he bombed Serbia was absolutely criminal, not justified, based on lies. They were not committing genocide. And now, the UN basically admits, Slobodan Milosevic was not committing genocide, right? There was not genocide being committed. There were atrocities committed in the war. The Kosovo Liberation Army, also committed atrocities. And the Serbian community was being demonized. And, so, as a result of that, Serbia is a stronghold of anti-imperialist sentiment. And in the war on Ukraine, there's a lot of people and a lot of forces in Serbia who are strong sympathizers. So it looks like after the election that just happened, there now is a string of, color revolution protests going on to try and delegitimize the election results and destabilize Serbia because it's a stronghold of pro-Russian sentiments. And the Kremlin has spoken up. Dmitry Peskov said that this is being stirred up. The weekend's riots in Serbia were provoked by third parties. Evidently there are processes and attempts by third parties, including from abroad, to provoke such unrest in Belgrade. This is what we are seeing. We have no doubt the leadership of the Republic will maintain the rule of law. So it looks like in the aftermath of the election, they're using the aftermath of the election to try and destabilize Serbia because Serbia is a stronghold of pro-Russian sentiment in the West. And it's very pro-Russia. And I think that's the issue there. And it's what it looks like to me. It looks like the United States and its allies, the pro-EU forces, pro-NATO forces, are trying to destabilize Serbia because Serbia is so pro-Russian. And that is my answer. I hope that answers Timoshenko, but it also answers on Jonathan Blazer on Rumble. So there you go. That is my answer. I always tell people the best book I ever read about the former Yugoslavia is Michael Parenti's book that he wrote, which is called To Kill a Nation. To Kill a Nation by Michael Parenti is a great, great book. To Kill a Nation. And it just goes into great detail about how the United States destroyed Yugoslavia and how that culminated in Bill Clinton's completely illegitimate bombing campaign. But, I used to work for Ramsey Clark, the International Action Center. We published a number of books documenting that. Go read War, Lies, and Videotape. We have there were a number of books published by the International Action Center that went into great detail, showing how they used media propaganda to create this narrative. Like there was a very skinny man who was walking, and he was walking next to a barbed wire fence, and they took the picture to make it look like he was behind a fence to evoke images of the Holocaust. Well, he was a skinny man, right? He had a disease. He wasn't being starved, number one. And he wasn't like imprisoned behind that fence. He just happened to be walking by it. But they took the picture to remind people of the Holocaust, right? I mean, it was really nasty what they did. And, now they admit that what they were claiming about, there's genocide, ethnic cleansing, that wasn't happening. There were atrocities. Absolutely. There were definitely atrocities, but it wasn't what these people were claiming. And that the war propaganda against former Yugoslavia was absolutely horrendous. And it was similar to what happened in Syria, right? Where they fomented an Islamist insurgency against an anti-imperialist state. So there you go. Now, Chow Kathy, she says on Rumble, with a Rumble rant, seems Israel is bent on drawing Iran into the chaos and today killed a top official in the Islamic Revolutionary Guards in Syria. They will succeed in drawing Iran. What is their goal? Yeah, I noticed that. I saw that, that Israel, killed a prominent Iranian leader of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps today. There was an airstrike. It was awful. And that, yes, Israel would like to see the situation there turn into a war with Iran. And I think that the Biden administration, it's fruitless. They're not going to have any results, but the Biden administration was trying in whatever way they could to help Iran, to try and get Iran to negotiate again, or maybe get back into the Iran nuclear deal, but it's not going to happen. right? I mean, it's not going to happen. Now they killed Qasem Soleimani, and it's just not going to happen. But, Biden, he unfroze some of Iran's money in South Korea. When I interviewed the president of Iran, that was one of the issues that we spoke about. When I spoke with President Riazi at the United Nations, we talked about the unfreezing of Iran's funds in South Korea. So yeah, I mean, yeah, Israel very much wants to make this about Iran and draw the United States into fighting Iran. That's why Hezbollah has refrained from attacking Tel Aviv, right? Hezbollah does have the capability with their missiles. They could unload missiles onto Tel Aviv. They could do to Tel Aviv what Israel's doing to Gaza right now, and they're not going to, because they don't want this to, Hezbollah is aligned with Iran, and they don't want this to spill into a regional war. The Houthis, on the other hand, they're doing their naval blockade. Now the USA has backed down. Did you see that? They're not going to fight the Houthis. It's wild. They're not going to fight the Houthis. They're just not going to do it. The USA is not sending forces to go fight the Houthis in the Middle East. That's wild, right? When I saw that the USA was trying to get together some kind of naval coalition to fight the Houthis. Australia said no, they didn't want to be involved. And then the United States just backed down, right? The Houthis stared down America. They said, bring it on. You want to send your Navy here to fight us? Bring it on. And Biden thought, oh, geez, do we want a bunch of Navy sailors to get killed in the Red Sea to protect Israeli ships? No, that wouldn't be good PR. I'm already looking bad for defending Israel, and the bulk of my party is calling for a ceasefire. And yeah, the USA backed down. Now let's see, maybe they're going to try it again. But for the moment, it appears the USA has backed down from sending its Navy to the Red Sea. So that's a very, very exciting development. To see the USA back down from sending its forces to the Red Sea. Very, very exciting. Very, very exciting development. All right. So now we've done the Rumble rants, unless there's any new ones, which there are not. But if I'll keep checking. So now we're going to do super chat questions. China Shill says he's making, or she, could be he or she, is making cinnamon rolls and fudge for the family. That's very nice. Very good thing to do, right? Are you making them from scratch, right? Because that's got to be very difficult, right? That's not an easy thing to do, right? Right. I know, a lot of people buy store-bought cinnamon rolls, but if you're making them from scratch, I mean, I don't, first of all, I don't like, I'm not into the whole cooking thing. Some people really like the whole cooking thing, but I don't. I just, my wife made an amazing meal. My wife and her relatives, my relatives that are visiting, amazing meal this afternoon. It was great, very delicious, just like on Thanksgiving. And it was really great to get to know my wife and her family members and my family members, really. I mean, we're married, but it was really, really great. And they're visiting us right now. And, this is one of those days where my wife, cooked a nice meal, but I'm really not a culinary guy. I don't cook myself. And I just, I have a strange relationship with food, which is, I mean, I don't know, of all the things in my life to work on, it's not a top priority. It's something I'll probably deal with eventually, but yeah, there you go. All righty. Have you seen the Netflix documentary, The Last Czars? I have not. I think Netflix is the worst kind of propaganda. I have watched so much crap on Netflix, right? And it's like, it's about the Russian Revolution. I mean, I do know that, Netflix, they did have a Russian-made series about Trotsky that was pretty interesting. I don't know if it's still on there. They probably took it down because it's Russian made, but they probably took it down. But it was interesting. It kind of showed a kind of a Russian nationalist, not a communist perspective on Trotsky, but a Russian perspective on Trotsky and who he was. But Netflix is atrocious. I mean, it is absolutely atrocious. It is propaganda through and through. I just try not to watch Netflix. I barely have any time to watch TV. It's funny. I work in television, so I watch news. But, I don't have very much time to watch TV. When I find something that me and my wife will both enjoy, it's a point of celebration. My wife and I will watch something together because it's rare that we can find something that both of us like because, our tastes are so different. And I just don't like TV. I just don't like sitting there. I could be doing something. I could be writing something. I could be preparing. It's like I've always got like 10 things to do. And so the idea of just sitting there and watching TV is something I don't often do. I will go to the movies because the movies makes you, right? You go to a special place into a dark room, you turn your phone off, and the movie that's good for me. It's like going to the movies is like cleaning your brain, kind of. I often think about stuff. I have good ideas for articles and stuff I'm working on when I'm at the movies because I'm like distracted. I've noticed that, some of the best ideas I've ever had for like writing, speeches, stuff like that, I have when I'm trying to go to sleep at night or I'm at the movies. It's like when the front of your brain is distracted, it's like the back of your brain can kind of wake up. If you're thinking with the front of your brain, you don't hear all the good ideas. The more creative parts of your brain are the more more in the back of your mind. And so if there's something distracting you, like you're trying to go to sleep or you're watching a movie, that allows like the more creative part of my mind to awaken. I've noticed it's very interesting how that works. But like sitting in the movie theater, I often have some of the most profound thoughts, the most profound ideas about what I should do. It's kind of weird how that works, but there you go. Right? It's like you need to be distracted. So there you go. All right. And I talked about Serbia. I hope my answer, Tim, was satisfactory. I tried to give the best answer that I could, but it looks like an attempted color revolution. I answered that before. Iran retaliation against Israel. Yeah, right. Well, they did kill a top general, and that's the mess with all of this, right? If you do this, Iran can't not strike back. It's going to have to strike back. And then Israel's going to go, oh my God, Iran attacked us. And it's like, it's very clear Israel is trying to create the biggest possible confrontation that they can right now, right? They are really, they're just going all out and murdering the Palestinians. And Israel is trying to just going out of its way to try and create the biggest possible confrontation. And Iran's retaliation for the murder of Qasem Soleimani, it was very precise and not a good situation. Gleb said, very interesting. I'm glad you like what I had to say, Gleb. I'm trying to, I'm always trying to investigate topics and learn new things. That's what I'm always trying to do. And it was really good to meet you. Thank you, Gleb. So there we go. All right. Is the Grinch a euphemism for a real person? I doubt it. I mean, I could Google it. I mean, Dr. Seuss, right, he was a Roosevelt Democrat. He was friendly with the Communist Party, but he wasn't in the Communist Party. But he was from New York City, and he lived in a neighborhood where there were a lot of people that were communists. But Grinch based on real person. I'm Googling that because I really doubt it. He based it on himself. There you go. According to what I'm seeing on here, the Grinch, he said, was based on himself. So there you go. That's what I'm seeing on Google. I do know that Dr. Seuss, a number of his stories had political meaning. Horton Hears a Who. He wrote for Republican Spain. And he argued that Spain was being persecuted. Spain was going toward fascism, and the world was ignoring Spain as fascism was taking over. And that's what Horton Hears a Who. A person is a person, no matter how small. That's what that was intended for. Obviously, the Lorax, is a pretty degrowth oriented, environmental, story. He wrote the one about the Cold War, the butter battle. What's it called? It's he wrote one that's an analogy for the arms race, the nuclear arms race. So some of his stuff was political. A lot of it was just, silliness, right? I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam. I am. I mean, that's not political, obviously. But maybe it is. I don't know. There are different books by him that are political in their own way. I would argue that that the Grinch is not as political, and he apparently based it on himself, right? The Grinch kind of represents, I think, the lonely, grouchy side of all of us, right? I think it kind of represents the the party pooper in all of us, the bitter, resentful person, that sometimes, it's like Scrooge. It's like bah humbug kind of, sometimes there's part of you that just doesn't doesn't want to be happy with other people, right? You're gloomy, you're dark. We all have that within us. And that's one thing that, it's important, to make space for different emotions. And I think that's one thing that some people struggle with. If you grew up in an environment where people were telling you you had to be happy all the time, or people were telling you you had to feel a certain way, you will not know how to feel. So, as long as you express the emotion appropriately, it's okay to be a Grinch sometimes, right? It's okay to be angry sometimes. It's okay to be sad sometimes, right? It's okay to have different feelings, right? But the trick is learning to express them in an appropriate way. And if you grow up in an environment where the parent or the authority figure is wanting to have emotional control over you, right? The problem is that, just having the emotion itself becomes a crime, right? And so you never learn to have the emotion in a healthy way, right? If you're taught that by feeling angry at your parent, you are being defiant because you should just respect them and they're right about everything, you're not going to learn how to express your anger at your parent in a healthy way, right? If you're taught that you have no reason to be sad, we're not sad in this house, you're not going to learn how to be sad in a healthy way, right? And that's one of the problems that parents that are over controlling have with their kids, is that their kids are going to have emotions that they don't like, right? Your child is going to, they're going to want to go to the zoo, and you're going to say, no, you can't go to the zoo today, little Johnny. And, if you're a parent that expects little Johnny to not get angry about that, right? Which is, that's a lot of parents, right? That's traditional parenting, right? Is, well, I said you don't go to the zoo, so you should realize that I am right and you are wrong, right? The parent says if the child is angry, they didn't go to the zoo, that's the child being disrespectful, etc. The problem is that child is, they're eventually going to express that anger, right? But it's going to come out in an unhealthy way, right? But if the parent says, well, look, I am the parent, you can't go to the zoo, but here's the appropriate way to express that you're not happy about me telling you can't go to the zoo, the child can learn to be angry or outraged or unhappy in a healthy way. Unfortunately, if you have a traditional authoritarian upbringing, that doesn't happen, right? And so, and that what the problem with the traditional authoritarian upbringing of the parent, the problem with that is that the authoritarian traditional parent expects the child to not be angry, right? You say to the child, hey, you can't go to the zoo, right? And, the child is really upset because they really wanted to go to the zoo. And the traditional authoritarian parent expects that if they just, tell the child they're not allowed to feel that way, that it's just going to go away. But no, the child is still going to be angry with you. Your relationship is still going to be damaged, right? So yeah, and that's something I've seen a lot of people struggle with, right? In adulthood, if you had, more of an authoritarian upbringing where your emotions were deemed to be wrong, what you missed out on was learning the skill of expressing your emotions in an appropriate way, right? And that's a really, really big problem, because, look, and this happens in all relationships, right? You're married. There's going to be times my wife's going to be mad at me. I'm going to be mad at her. But the point is we need to learn to express our anger in a healthy way, right? There's going to be times that your workplace, there's going to be coworkers that you're going to be unhappy with. But, it's unrealistic. It's unrealistic to expect that someone's emotions will always conform, or to just expect people to just suppress their emotions, right? And that, when you create that dichotomy where the emotion itself is wrong, you lose the ability, you lose the skill of expressing emotions in a healthy way. That's really unfortunate, So, those are my thoughts. I don't know why we're talking about this. The Grinch, right? The Grinch, right? It's okay to be a Grinch. You just don't have to wreck Christmas, right? If you're feeling Grinchy, that's okay. Right? If you're feeling, I don't know. I think that's the point. That's the point of when you're asking me about the Grinch. Apparently, I Googled it. It is based on himself, and he did, feel Grinchy at points. All right. Next point. Next point. Is it true that commies are behind fluoride and that's why they only drink vodka? Well, first of all, Wendell, I'm not an alcohol drinker. I don't drink alcohol. But my understanding, I've had vodka before. Vodka is largely water. So, if the water that goes into the alcohol has fluoride in it, that doesn't change, right? And if you have water in the United States, if the vodka is made in the United States, the water most likely has fluoride in it anyway. So that doesn't change things. But no, this is a reference to during the 1950s or really during the early 60s, there was an organization called the John Birch Society, hard right anti-communist organization. And the John Birch Society, they were accused of believing that fluoride in water was communist mind control, right? And they didn't exactly believe that. They were against putting fluoride in water because they said it set a precedent that the government could, give you medicine against your will, right? They said if they can put fluoride in the water, because fluoride is intended to help your teeth, right? And they said, well, if the government can put stuff in the water to help your teeth, next the government could put birth control in the water. And that their official position was they did not like putting fluoride in the water because they argued that putting fluoride in the water set a precedent where the government can medicate you against your will. That's what they argued. Now, many people, though, said that actually what the John Birch Society believed was that the fluoride in the water was actually mind control for the communists, right? They didn't say that. Their official position was like a libertarian thing, like the government shouldn't be medicating us, blah, 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 blah. But many people looked at that. So then in the movie Dr. Strangelove, which is a pretty good movie, it's a Cold War liberal movie making fun of the military-industrial complex, making fun of the hard right wing. And it has a general in the movie. And the general is constantly talking about our precious bodily fluids, right? And it's a reference to the Birchers, right? That he thinks fluoride in the water and that communists are poisoning our precious bodily fluids. He's constantly saying that, right? And it's making fun of the hard right wing, the obnoxious anti-communist hard right that was big in the early 60s, right? Those people were around. They're still around, right? They're different now, right? The hard right of today is a little bit different. I have somewhere the Blue Book, which is the manifesto of the John Birch Society. I have it somewhere. And when I read it, I was impressed. I was somewhat impressed because it's much more doctrinaire far right than I expected. The Blue Book of the John Birch Society is the founding document of this far right organization called the John Birch Society. And I was expecting it to just be communism is bad. If you read it, it's more than that. The Blue Book, it argues that there's democracy and the republic, right? And that the republic is good, right? Because that's a civilized form of government. America's a republic. Democracy is mob rule. Democracy is, and according to classical Greek, lexicon, democracy was considered to be vulgar, mob rule. Republic was, considered to be a representative government. And that they also invoke Oswald Spengler and his writing about the decline of the West. And I was impressed, because, Spengler is somebody who's associated with the German far right. He's like a fascist, right? So, the Birchers, they were a little smarter than I expected them to be. I've been reading dumb libertarian shit my whole life. And it's interesting now because I'm friends with Angela McCurdle. She's a libertarian. And, we obviously disagree about economics. But, with all due respect to the libertarians that are organizing the really, really great rally on February 17th that we're definitely going to attend. There's libertarianism. I've been reading that dumb libertarian stuff. They had a list of the 20 communist goals for America. And oh man, there's a lot of, or how many people say the Federal Reserve is communism. It's a central bank because that's in the Communist Manifesto. It's the fifth plank of communism, or they have the list, the 10 the 10 planks of the Communist Manifesto, and they say they've all been enacted, and it's like, give me a break. And give me a break. And, you know, I mean, I don't know. Should we put them on the screen? Should we put them on the screen? Because, I mean, there's probably a meme I can put on the screen and just ridicule this. 10 planks of Communist Manifesto, right? The 10 planks of the Communist Manifesto, right? At the very end of the Communist Manifesto, he lists, you know, first of all, you have to read the language around it, right? But here we go, right? We'll put it on the screen. So first, you got to read what he says first. He doesn't say this is what we're going to do in every country, right? He says what communism is, right? And then he says, and these are like 10 demands that we can build a united front around. So we'll pull up the Communist Manifesto. So the Communist Manifesto, at the very end, right, he says what? He says, all right, he says, the proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest by degree all capital from the bourgeoisie and centralize all instruments of production into the hands of the state. The proletariat organized as the ruling class and increase total productivity as rapidly as possible. Of course, in the beginning, this cannot be effected except by despotic inroads on the right of property and the conditions of bourgeois production. He goes on, these measures will, of course, be different in different countries. Nevertheless, in the most advanced countries, the following will generally be applicable. So then he lists what is like a transitional program, right? It's not communism, right? Communism is, you know, the first stage of communism is public ownership of the means of production. The higher stage of communism is, you know, a society without a state. But he lists what he thinks in 1848 is a reasonable transitional program, right? What can we demand in 1848, right? What can we demand that will lead toward, you know, communism? So abolition of property and land and application of all rents of land to public purpose, meaning that the state becomes the landlord. All land is rented from the government, which is actually that's the proposal of Henry George, the economist Henry George. Henry George said that, you know, tax land values, right? That, you know, the state becomes the landlord, right? Basically, the government owns all the land and everyone rents the land from the state. Do we have that in America? No. There's private ownership of land everywhere, right? So, you know, that's the first one. The libertarians will send this list out and claim we're already communist because we have these things already. And for each of these things, they have some loophole through which they claim we already have this, and we don't. The first one, abolition of property and land and application of all rents of land to public purpose, meaning nobody owns any land anymore and everyone rents land from the government. Do we have that in this country? No. In no conceivable way do we have that, right? I believe there's a county in Texas that is owned by one man, King County, and it's owned by one man. He owns the entire county, right? The entire county is his property, if I'm not mistaken. Is that true? Let me Google that, right? King County owned by one man, right? Maybe not. But anyway, I mean, there's loads of private ownership of land in the United States. That first one right there, right? Wrong. Second, heavy progressive or graduated income tax. Yeah, we have that. Yeah, we have that. You know, we do. Yeah, okay, fine, right? The USA did enact an income tax. And, you know, I would argue that we have regressive. I mean, it's technically, you know, on paper, it's supposed to be progressive, meaning the more money you have, the more you pay. But I would argue it's actually the opposite because we all know the rich people pay no taxes. So we don't really have that. We kind of have that. But if you actually look at the way it's enforced, right, you know, big corporations like Amazon, big corporations like Walmart pay no taxes. People like Bill Gates pay very little taxes. So we technically have that, but it isn't actually like that. We actually have regressive taxation. The burden of taxation is on the middle class, right? People who make less than $20,000 a year don't pay federal taxes. But if you make more than $20,000 a year, you're paying taxes. And the very, very rich, there's a million loopholes they've invented so they don't pay taxes. So That second one, we kind of technically have, but it's not the way it's enforced is we have regret. So we don't even really have that second one. Third one, abolition of all right of inheritance. Do we have that in the United States? All right of inheritance. Do we have that? No, of course not. There is what they call the estate tax, which is, if you inherit something from someone who dies, there's a tax on it, but it's like 10%, 20%. It's not huge. It's very small, right? But it's like, just like you get any other income, right? When you leave money to somebody, they have what's called, and I think they may have abolished it. Does the USA still have an estate tax? I think Bush got rid of it. Does USA still have estate tax? I think we don't even have that anymore. But it used to be at one point we had what was called estate tax. Yeah, we do have it, right? We do have it still. Right? It still exists. The gift or estate tax, right? So yeah, you pay some taxes on inheritance, but is it abolition of all inheritance? No, it's just you pay a percentage, right? Of if someone dies and leaves you $1 million, you get $900,000. It's something like that. Okay, right? 4, confiscation of all property of immigrants and rebels. I mean, do we have that? I mean, I don't know. I mean, immigrants in the United States have no rights, basically. I mean, if they could get a lawyer, but I mean, migrant workers often don't get paid what they're owed. Often they get kicked out of their places with no regress. And so immigrants are treated badly. That's not what he's advocating here. Rebels, that's people trying to overthrow the new government. If you violently overthrow the U.S. government, right, they can seize your property. I guess we kind of have that one, but not really. 5, centralization. This is the one that drives me nuts. Centralization of credit in the hands of the state by means of a national bank with state capital as an exclusive monopoly. Libertarians will point to that and say Federal Reserve. Oh my God. No, 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 no. The Federal Reserve is not a state bank. It's a private corporation. It does not have an exclusive monopoly. It is one of many, 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 many banks. And I have seen so many libertarians, the Federal Reserve is in the Communist Manifesto. I want to slap them. How can you be that fucking stupid? The Federal Reserve is a private corporation, number one. Number two, it's not an exclusive monopoly, right? So how in the world can you claim that the Federal Reserve, that's the fifth plank of the Communist Manifesto? No, it fucking isn't. Whoever told you that is a dumbass, is a fucking idiot. Yeah, the centralization of credit in the hands of the state means only the government can lend money. We do not have that situation in the United States. We have private lenders everywhere, right? Centralization of credit in the hands of the state. Only the government can lend money with one national bank, the state capital having an exclusive monopoly. We don't have anything near that, right? That sounds a lot like our 4-point plan from the Center for Political Innovation, but it has nothing to do with what we have. And you don't know how many libertarians have tried to tell me the Federal Reserve System is that. And I am just like, why do they get away with this? Anti-communism is predicated because I'm not in the room. Right? Because there's no one who will argue with them, right? Dave Smith, the dumbass comedian, I bet you anything, he's on 20 different podcasts saying, well, the Federal Reserve is actually the fifth plank of the manifesto. And there's probably like 20 idiots sitting next to him on the podcast who go, whoa, man, I never thought of that. Yeah, central credit in the hands of the state. That's the Federal Reserve. It's like, no, it's not. Right? I mean, how do they do this? And I can guarantee you, if I was ever debating Dave Smith, suddenly he would say, I never said that. I am so tired of these libertarians. It just drives me crazy, the intellectual dishonesty. But anyway, so we agree. Number 5, the Federal Reserve is not a state bank with an exclusive monopoly on credit. We don't have that. There's private banking everywhere, and the Federal Reserve itself is a private bank. All right. 6, the centralization of the means of communication and transport in the hands of the state. Do we have that? No. MSNBC, private company. Fox News Corporation, private company. There's private means of communication all the time. Private phone companies, private telecommunications companies, private TV companies, private radio stations. So we don't have that. Centralization of transport in the hands of the state. Well, Everyone owns their own car. We don't have that, right? Airlines, transport, they're private. Airlines are private. Airlines are private. What else is private? Amtrak is a government train, but there's a lot of other private train companies that exist. I mean, the means of transportation are private largely in the United States. And yes, just because the government facilitates it doesn't make it state run. Okay. Right? Like a lot of people think that the MTA, the subway system in New York City, is government owned. It is not. It used to be, but the MTA is a private corporation. It is a state monopoly, right? It's what they call a public beneficent corporation. So banks own it and invest in it and own shares in it, but it operates for profit and they make profit from it, and it's operated for profit, but it's the only one. There's no competitors. Right. And there's a lot of, that's what the Federal Reserve is. It's a private company, but it's, facilitated by the government. So, there's a lot of this, right? But anyway, extension of factories and instruments of production owned by the state, and the bringing into cultivation of wastelands and the improvement of soil generally in accordance with the common plan. Wait a second. So that means growth. That means bringing into cultivation wastelands. That means growing more land, building more factories, improving the soil. That's not degrowth. They're always trying to tell us degrowthers, own nothing, and environmentalism is all communism. He's saying the opposite. He's saying go to the wastelands and cultivate them and grow. He's saying build factories, extend the factories, growth. Number 7 is very clearly not degrowth. So the next libertarian who says to you, Biden's a communist because he believes in degrowth. No, Biden is saying Biden is a degrowther, and the Communist Manifesto very clearly says we go and we build. We go to the wasteland, we extend the factories, we improve the soil. What did Biden do in Sri Lanka? Did he improve the soil? No. He got rid of pesticides. He made them go organic, and he decreased crop output. That's the opposite of improving the soil. Annoying. Equal liability of all to labor, the establishment of industrial armies, especially for agriculture. That's full employment. Full employment. Everyone has a job. Put everyone to work building stuff. Do we have that in America? No, we have mass unemployment all the time. U.S. economists talk about what they call the natural unemployment rate. We're supposed to have unemployment, right? If we have less than 4% unemployment, they say it's bad for the economy. So the natural unemployment rate is we don't have universal employment by any means, right? What else? A combination of agriculture with manufacturing industries, gradual abolition between town and country, more equitable distribution of the population over the country. Well, they're doing that in Nicaragua with their grow where you're planted and stuff. We're not doing that here. The concentration of the population is heavily in cities, right? We're not breaking down the division between town and countryside at all, right? I mean, in the United States, we're increasingly, it's getting harder and harder to live in the rural areas. People are fleeing to the coasts from the heartland. People are fleeing from rural areas to city areas. I grew up in a rural area. I now live in the metropolis of New York City. The United States demographically is doing the exact opposite of that. So no, we're not doing that one. We're not breaking down the difference between town and countryside. 10, free education for all children in public schools. We've got it. We've got it. Right? Abolition of children's labor in its present form, right? Child labor is illegal. Combination of education with industrial production. Do we have that? No. No, we don't, right? We don't have, schools and factories. So other than like graduated income tax and free education in public schools, we don't have any of those 10 things. Okay, this was the transitional program that Karl Marx came up with in 1848. We do not have any of those things. So I just cannot stand libertarians saying, we've enacted the 10 communist goals. No, we fucking haven't. There's not a single one of those that we really have. We kind of have income tax, and we kind of have public education, and that's it. Right? So, but I for years, and I will see it, I constantly see libertarians insist that this list proves we already have it all. We're already communist because we have this list. And it's like, first of all, this list doesn't make you communist. This is like a transitional program, right? This is Karl Marx's 10 planks to seize power and destroy freedom, right? We don't have any of it. We don't have any of it. But I constantly see people saying, we've got all of it already. No, we don't. No, and college professors that are trying to be wise guys. I had a college professor. How many of these goals do we already have? Look at that. No, we don't. Right? It's like the oldest cliche in the world of like teacher, civics teacher, college professor trying to make kids think, we already have a lot of the goals of the Communist Manifesto. No, we don't. We have public education, and on paper we have graduated income tax, and that's it. Right? And it's like, my God, how can people just be so stupid? When it comes to the topic of communism, people just get stupid. They just get stupid. Anyone who can read this list in good faith and think that we have any of these things, I am so annoyed by the anti-communism. It gets on my nerves. I've been streaming for 6 hours today. I streamed 6 hours and 19 minutes today. But anyway, that's okay, right? We got an hour and a half to go, or we got an hour and 40 minutes to go. We still got some super chats to go through. So there we go. Did the CIA kill JFK, RFK, MLK, and Malcolm X? I have no way of knowing that. The CIA doesn't call me up and give me a list of people that they've killed. But my estimate is no. Right? My estimate is no. The CIA tends to be liberal. Right? The CIA tends to be liberal. Right? The agency that was more heavy-handed in those days, especially when it comes to MLK and Malcolm X, the agency that was going after them was the FBI. It was COINTELPRO that was targeting. It was the FBI that killed Fred Hampton. So if there were any government actors involved in MLK and Malcolm X's death, it was most likely the FBI, right? We have that memo from J. Edgar Hoover where he said he wanted to stop the rise of the Black Messiah, right? The CIA thought that Malcolm X and MLK were good PR for the United States. The CIA are liberals historically. So if any government agency killed Malcolm X and MLK, it wasn't the CIA, right? Now, JFK, I know there were some divisions within the CIA, right? So, maybe, but I'm not willing to say that. RFK, that's what RFK Jr. believes. He does believe that it was a CIA agent who killed his father. And he said that in interviews, right? He's talked about who the guy was. He lived in the Philippines until he died. He was a CIA, he was hired by the CIA, the gunman, right? RFK Jr. maintains his father was killed by the CIA, but JFK, I don't know about. And MLK and Malcolm X, it wouldn't have been the CIA who killed them. So this is a really common cliche, of conspiracy theorists. We think the CIA did everything. No, there are different factions within the government, right? The official shooter of MLK was James Earl Ray. But James Earl Ray mysteriously got to France. He was abducted from France. And there was one witness to the killing. I can't remember his name, who said that James Earl Ray did not pull the trigger. And the King family, the MLK family has actually won a settlement from the U.S. government alleging some kind of complicity or some kind of, oversight or something involving the American government. So with MLK, you can really strongly make that case. With Malcolm X, right, the official shooter, the guy who they arrested for killing Malcolm X, they actually let out and said he didn't do it, right? And you actually look at the Malcolm X thing, that's a very weird story, right? Look at, who killed Malcolm X, right? That gets very, very weird, right? Who killed Malcolm X? That gets to be a really, really weird story, right? Officially, they say it was Thomas Hagen, but if I remember correctly, they arrested somebody else for it at first, right? And the official version of events, they try to blame the Nation of Islam for it. The Nation of Islam says they were not responsible for it, but they were very angry. They considered Malcolm X to be a traitor. They considered Malcolm X to be, trying to destroy the reputation of their leader. And it looks like their rhetoric, and Minister Farrakhan has apologized for this. It looks like his rhetoric inspired some ex, Nation of Islam members or some ex Nation of Islam members or supporters to go do it. What's important, though, is that in the case of Malcolm X, the FBI was intentionally inciting Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam against each other. Even when Malcolm X was still in the Nation of Islam, they had infiltrated the Nation of Islam. They were sending false letters and false messages to people. they were trying their hardest to stoke division within the Nation of Islam. And when Malcolm X was out of the Nation of Islam, they tried their hardest to incite Malcolm X against the Nation of Islam and vice versa. So they didn't directly pull the trigger, or maybe they did for all I know, but it appears they didn't directly pull the trigger, but they helped create the atmosphere where the Nation of Islam was desperate to get Malcolm X, and considered him a traitor. But, Malcolm X, even when he was still in the Nation of Islam, many people commented that Malcolm X was a celebrity. He was the most famous Black liberation activist at that time. He was being quoted on mainstream TV. And for like the last 2 years he was in the Nation of Islam, they never mentioned him in the Nation of Islam's newspaper. And the leaders of the Nation of Islam did not like Malcolm X, right? They were jealous of him. They, and that for the last 2 years that Malcolm X was in the Nation of Islam, he had fallen out of favor. He'd very clearly fallen out of favor within the Nation of Islam. And that was largely because there was a whispering campaign. There were FBI informants inside the Nation of Islam talking shit against Malcolm X, and then ultimately we know Elijah Muhammad silenced Malcolm X when Malcolm X spoke up and said Kennedy deserved to be killed, right? And he said the chickens have come home to roost. He said Kennedy deserved to be killed because of all the bad things he's done around the world. And at that point, Elijah Muhammad silenced him. And then, in retaliation for that, Malcolm X quit the Nation of Islam. And he then went public with allegations, which the Nation of Islam says is not correct. That basically the Nation of Islam, their version of events, I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. Their version of events, they say that Elijah Muhammad practiced polygamy. He had more than one wife, which is common among Muslims, but it was illegal in the United States at the time. He had more than one wife. But he couldn't tell people he'd done that because he would go to jail, right? And they were a Black liberation organization being very carefully watched by the government. He had more than one wife. He got one of his wives pregnant. And to people who didn't know what was going on, it looked like he'd gotten his secretary pregnant. This woman who worked for him, he got her pregnant outside of wedlock. He was an immoral man. Well, it looks like what happened. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there, and it's not my business, honestly. That's for the Nation of Islam to decide. I know the Nation of Islam is very conservative. They regulate people's sexual behavior. You're held to a high standard of behavior, right? So, my understanding is that, their understanding of events is that Elijah Muhammad had more than one wife. Malcolm X says he had wives outside of wedlock. I don't know, and I don't. Whatever, not my business. I don't care, right? I will say that it seems like there was more to it than that. What was really going on is that Malcolm X was hated. There was jealousy against him. That the bulk of the ministers of the Nation of Islam were jealous of all the attention Malcolm X was getting. They were going to Elijah Muhammad and talking shit against Malcolm X, and that Malcolm X was just too big for his britches. He was famous and he was a media celebrity, and the rest of the Nation of Islam wasn't. And because of that, there was a huge amount of jealousy. And the culmination of that was, him being put out of the group, and that the FBI did everything they could to foment that, right? People have to learn to put their egos aside. It's hard, but people have to learn to put their egos aside, right? And this is, one thing. Here's the thing, right? This gets tricky, right? Putting your ego aside is very different than letting something be done badly. This is something I've struggled with, right? As a revolutionary who's been in various communist groups before. Putting your own ego aside is very different than letting something be done badly. Because many times in my life as a communist activist, people have accused me of being egotistical. But when I think about it, what I was really angry about was not that I wasn't doing something, but rather the people that were doing it were doing a shitty job. One thing that I did for years, I was in the Workers' World Party, and it was like church in New York City. Every Friday night, for the most part, they had a forum where there'd be speeches. And my job was to maximize attendance at those forums. I would go down to Occupy Wall Street with leaflets. I would call people all day long on Thursday, trying to remind people. I worked really hard to get people to those meetings. Okay? I worked really, really hard to get people to those Friday night meetings. And often, those meetings sucked. The speeches were bad. And I got angry about it. And when I would get angry, because I'd been working really hard and calling all of our contacts and trying to get them there, and they get to the meeting and it sucks, I would be accused, oh, well, you're just being egotistical, Caleb. That's just because you didn't get to speak. Well, no. If somebody else had spoken and done a good fucking job, I would have been happy about it. But it really made me angry that I would work really hard to get people to meetings. And that's different, right? If I was sitting there and saying, well, unless I'm the speaker, I'm not calling people, that's being an egotist, right? But the people they did have speak sucked, right? One time, I will never forget this. I got so angry, right? Because, we were having a Friday night meeting. It was a summer day and our office was near Union Square. So I went to Union Square all afternoon with leaflets and got people to come to the meeting. Right? And I got like 5 or 6 teenagers who'd just been hanging out in Union Square. I got them to come to the meeting. These are teenagers, high school kids. They don't know anything about anything. So they come to the meeting. And the first speech, they introduce the first speaker. The first speaker is talking about how there's going to be there's going to be some protests in support of Cuba coming up. He never explains why Cuba is not an evil dictatorship. Never explains any of the good things about Cuba and why Cuba is a socialist society. He just assumes everyone there already agrees with him. And then he sits down. Next speaker gets up and speaks about the upcoming protest for Mumia Abu-Jamal. Never explains who Mumia Abu-Jamal is. Never explains why Mumia Abu-Jamal is innocent, why we want him to be free. Just talks about the big protests that are coming up for Mumia Abu-Jamal. Sits down. At this point, I'm ready to bang my head against the table. I've just brought 4 new people to your fucking meeting. And the group is so insular, right? And then I say to them, we need to teach people about communism. We need to teach them who Mumia is. We need to teach who Mumia is. We need to teach why Cuba is a good country. It's socialist. And they're like, oh, Caleb, you just want to talk communism all day. We're an activist group. We do activism here. And I'm like, yeah, no one's going to do the activism with you if they don't fucking agree with you. And it was just, there was this attitude that they don't want to teach ideology. They don't want to teach theory. They just want to focus on, I don't know. They just want to focus on what the next protest that's happening, right? I'd get issues of their fucking newspaper, Workers' World. Every article would be a protest happened here. Wouldn't even explain the issue or what. I mean, it was infuriating. It was absolutely infuriating. And it was just like that. I was desperately trying to get there. And that was always the attack that was leveled against me. Oh, it's just about your ego, Caleb. You just want to be the speaker. No, I would speak with the fucking audience in mind. If that guy had gotten up and explained who Mumia was and why we wanted him to be free, they probably could have gotten those high school kids to go to the protest. If they'd gotten up and given a spirited speech defending Cuba and then explained why they probably could have gotten them to go to the protest. But I'm sitting there, and these high school kids are sitting there, and they have no idea, absolutely no idea who Mumia is. They have absolutely no idea why Cuba is good. And I just busted my ass all afternoon to try and get people to come to listen. And it's like they wonder why they're not growing as an organization. And that was so much of my experience. And so, when I tell people they need to put their ego aside, that's fine. You should put your ego aside. It's not about you. It's about making sure that the job gets done, right? CPI, I honestly do too much of it. I wish more people would write. I wish more people would speak, but I want them to do a good job, right? And I will work with them. I want more people to write books. I've been working with different people to write different projects, and I want more people to step up and do things, right? I can't do it all myself, but I'm going to make sure it's good, right? But there's, one thing that bureaucratic people always do is they do a bad job. And if you complain about it, they just say, oh, you're being egotistical, right? And I've dealt with that for years, right? You know, I was around the RCP. Bob Avakian blathers on. You read your typical Bob Avakian article, it's just a bunch of drivel. It's just a bunch of rambling, right? And it's like, well, you know, that's the most profound thing you ever read, you know. And then when I would say, well, we ought to have articles, you know, that are like readable, they'd say, oh, you know, don't you understand how important Bob is? And I'd be like, but he sucks. Like, my issue with Bob wasn't that I wasn't Bob. My issue with Bob wasn't that I was not the one doing the speaking and the writing. My issue with Bob is that his typical article is a bunch of blather, right? And yeah, and it's like, talk about ego. Talk about ego, right? And that's one thing. The boomer communists that run groups, they are the most egotistical people you've ever met. But they always, any young person who comes around and has new ideas or whatever, they say, oh, you're egotistical. You're being egotistical. You want to make it all about you. No, it's already all about you, and you suck, right? And I've seen this. I saw this in the LaRouche organization. I mean, some of the stories I heard from some people that quit, right? It's about certain individuals that, you know, that they just get to be the center of attention all the time. And the reason the group never grows is because these people suck, and their ideas are the only ones that ever get done. And every old communist group is like this, all of them. That's why you have to join CPI, right? The Communist Party is like this. The Revolutionary Communist Party is like this. Workers' World is like this. These groups have never grown for a million years. The reason they've never grown is because they've been somebody's property for so many years. And that person clearly doesn't have it. If they did, the group would be growing. If they had the charisma and all that, the group would be expanding. But they don't. But it's their property, and they are not going to give it up, right? And someone says David North. I'm sure it's the same story, right? And it is their property. They are not going to give it up. And they suck, right? Because if they were capable of winning people to be communists and building a communist organization, their group would be growing, or it would have grown at least a little bit in the last 50 years, but it doesn't, right? You know, and so this is the story, right? And so it's like, you know, and then that person, that egotistical motherfucker, right, who has a losing formula, their group's been getting smaller and smaller and smaller for 40 years. They always, if you come at them and say, hey, why don't we do this better? Your ego, check your ego. Oh, we got ego, Mr. Ego here. He wants to give all the speeches. Oh, and it's just like pure projection. And I saw this for many, many years, right? You know, I want, you know, CPI, you know, we're great. I do a lot of speaking, but look, Scott Ritter gave a great speech. Great. He did a great job, right? Other members of our group, Noah gave a great speech on Trotskyism. Amazing, right? You know, we had guests from different organizations who spoke. We had, Paul from the American Student Union, Chris O'Lully. I mean, I want more people to come to our events and give great speeches. I don't want it to be all about me, but I want it to be good, right? And that's, you should want it to be good. Right? I would argue that, yes, putting your ego into it and making it all about you, bad. But letting bad shit get done and not doing the best you could, right? Not putting forward the best product you could, not publishing the best pamphlet that not having the best presentations, right? That is also dereliction of duty, right? It's your responsibility in a revolutionary organization to make sure your group does the best job it can do. And one thing that I saw endlessly, there you go. All right. And keep the super chats rolling in, right? Or we got any more Rumble rants? Oh, we do have more Rumble rants. Okay. So I'll finish this, then I'll answer the Rumble rants, and I'll keep with the super chats. One thing that I've seen a lot of over the years, and this one absolutely infuriated me. And this is people not caring about the speech, right? They just care about the identity of the speaker. And that is beyond me, right? And that's exactly how Workers' World was, right? The same people spoke at everything. Larry, Sarah, Monica, Teresa, they spoke at everything, But there would be other people who would speak. They didn't care if those other people were good. They cared about their race or their gender, right? That's what they cared about, right? Or whether they were gay or not, right? Because the only people that are supposed to be looked at are them, right? But then it's about how many diversity points can they get for the other speakers. And one thing that I saw a huge amount of, and it looked bad, right? And it was this is Sam Marcy, right? Sam Marcy was not a perfect dude. He had a lot of flaws. He had this race fetish. He wanted to be the savior of black people. And Workers' World, they got it into their heads that the way we're going to be the leaders of the black people and they would do this. If any young black person came around them, they would immediately hand them a microphone and put them up there as a representative of the party. And they wouldn't know anything. And they just joined. They just knew. And they would put them up there and they say, see, we have a black person. Oh, and it's so amazing. We're represented by black people. And it's like, it looked bad. And that's why serious black revolutionaries never joined them. And it was weird. And it was like, the person would get up there and they wouldn't know what they were talking about. They'd be stumbling through their speech. And like all the old workers' world people would just be so happy that they got a young black person to get up there and speak. Right? And all the other people are like, this person sucks and doesn't know what they're talking about. And they're just so enamored with the fact that, no, we got a young black person to speak for our organization. And it's like, serious black revolutionaries see that. And they see, if I join this group, I'm just going to be a token. This group doesn't really train people. It doesn't, and there was just an endless amount of this that I saw. And it was like the only people in the room who didn't see how cringe it was were the party members. All the people from the public, white, black, Arab, Asian, Latino, would be like, this is disgusting. You literally just grabbed a black teenager who doesn't know anything and put them on the microphone. And now you're beaming with pride that you're the vanguard of the black people. Everyone in the room is cringing at how bad and embarrassing and tokenistic this is. And the party members are just so brainwashed with this like Sam Marcy race fetish that they're just like in awe. We got a black teen. PSL is just like this, right? It's the same thing. And it's disgusting, right? And that was what my disagreement with them was. I could not stand the bad aesthetics, right? The meetings that I would work my ass off to get people to come to, that would suck. Right? I mean, our conference that we just did in Portland, I worked my ass off, but nowhere near as hard as Elizabeth did, our president. I mean, she worked like you wouldn't believe to make it be good, to decorate the hall, to have good speakers, to have good music. I mean, your conferences are like shows, right? The atmosphere in the room, the chanting, the everything, right? You want everything you do to be perfect. And, I would work to, the workers' world meetings were just abominable. It was abominable. And they didn't realize it was abominable because the great leaders spoke, right? Fred Goldstein, Larry Holmes, they got up and spoke and they're great, right? And they always get to be the stars. No one else is allowed to steal the thunder from them, right? And then on top of that, they had like an actual black person, an actual black teenager speak before they spoke. And it was just so amazing. It was so sad. It was so utterly sad, But I don't know. I talk about this way too much, right? I really do. I mean, it's been years. We have our own group now. We're growing. We're in a completely different league politically. They're still doing the left thing. We're going to the masses. We're going out of the movement to the masses. Rage Against the War Machine. We're patriotic. And, we're just in a completely different category now. We're not even I wouldn't even see them, if I was in this city, right? If we had more of a branch of CPI, if we were doing outreach here in this city, I would never even see them, right? I would just, I would never even see them. But anyway, so now we have a Rumble rant, book recommendation, The Making of an Economic Superpower, The Unlocking of China's Secret Rapid Industrialization by Chinese economist Ye Wen, published in 2022, free PDF available online. This is Gabri Kwan. Gabri Kwan recommended that book. Sounds great. I will have to check it out. There's a free PDF of this book online, Gabri Kwan says. So I will have to check that out. Sounds awesome. Thank you for the Rumble rant, Gabri Kwan. All righty. Have I read, we're just starting to go through the super chats. Have I read The Prince by Machiavelli? I have a long time ago. Very short chapters, a lot of chapters that are like one paragraph, right? It's just a guide for political warfare, The Prince, right? And it talks about principalities, right? It talks about making, I read it a long time ago, right? It's referenced a lot, written in Italy. It's like considered the first political strategy book. And it was published by nobility that were fighting with each other, I believe. Machiavelli. And they talk about, nasty political maneuvering is Machiavellian, right? That's what they talk about. Very interesting. All right. Oswald Mosley, thoughts on British fascism? Well, Oswald Mosley, he was a member of the Conservative Party. It's kind of an interesting history. So Oswald Mosley was a member of the Conservative Party in Britain. He's from a very, very wealthy family. I think he's like a legacy in British politics. I think he was in the House of Lords. He's Sir Oswald Mosley. He's from a very, very, very upper crusty, wealthy family. He fought in World War I. He thought World War I was horrible. It was an awful experience. He came back from the war. He ran for the parliament. And he found out that the British military was committing horrendous atrocities in Northern Ireland against the Irish people, And so he quit the Conservative Party and he joined the Labour Party in protest of crimes against the Irish people, which was a really big deal, right? This guy from a rich background, from a Conservative Party family, and he walked across the aisle and he joined the Conservative or the Labour Party. He quit the Conservative Party. He stopped being a Tory in protest of crimes against the Irish, which was actually a pretty progressive thing to do, right? I mean, that was a pretty progressive stance to take. So then Oswald Mosley, he was a member of the Labour Party. Then when the Great Depression hit, he came out with an economic plan to immediately guarantee full employment for all British workers. His plan was rejected by the Labour Party. The Labour Party were social democrat reformists, and he was a member of the Labour Party, and the Labour Party, you are correct, Carter, in that they were more left back then. They at least they advocated public ownership of the means of production. Ramsay MacDonald was one of their leaders. I think he nationalized some things. They were more socialistic back then, you can say for sure. They were still anti-communist. They banned communists from being members. They were social democrats. They were pro-imperialist, but they were much more left-wing. So he joined the Labour Party. The Great Depression hit. Mass unemployment sweeps through Britain. So he makes a big point of announcing this economic plan he wrote that would immediately hire all these people and eradicate unemployment. Well, the Labour Party rejected his plan. So he broke with the Labour Party and he formed the Union Party. And the Union Party was considered to be, it was just another socialist party that he formed. And it was based on his economic plan. Now, keep in mind, he was never was he anti-imperialist. He was always in favor of colonialism. He was always in favor of Britain having colonies. He was never anti-imperialist in any way, okay? But he had an economic plan that was more radical than the Labour Party's plan, guaranteed employment to everybody. So he started the Union Party. And this is interesting. When I read the biography, I have a biography of Oswald Mosley I read, and I feel like Oswald Mosley is almost a tragedy of history. So he started the Union Party. And it was like his new party that was supposed to be more radical than the Labour Party. Well, the Communist Party of Britain was in the third period, right, where they were fighting social democrats. And so they were supposed to be the radical party that was to the left of Labour. But Oswald Mosley quit the Labour Party. He says the Union Party. You don't have to join the Communist Party. You can join the Union Party. So immediately the Communist Party members started having fistfights with the Union Party. Right. And, because, the communists, their position was that the Social Democrats, the Labour Party, were social fascists. And they thought that the Union Party were also social fascists. And they were more dangerous because they created a more radical alternative to the Labour Party. Right. And so the Communist Party started, protesting and violently breaking up meetings of the Union Party. So Oswald Mosley and his people got really good at fighting the communists. Right. And they formed a militia called the Black Shirts. These guys that wore black shirts. And when the communists would come to disrupt their meetings, they would beat the hell out of the communists. And then when the communists organized labor unions, their guys would go and break the strikes. They became strike breakers. They were, and that they started out as a socialist party that was to the left of the Labour Party, but was against the Communist Party. And then they started getting into fistfights with the Communist Party so often that the Black Shirts just became known as this anti-communist fighting force. They were the Union Party, the British Union, was this party that was a breakaway from the Labour Party, but their main thing they did is go around and beat the hell out of the Communist Party, right? And that they were thugs and they would beat up communists and communists would fight them, right? And because of that, right, the government very much, the government very much saw them as useful, right? The communists were considered subversive and dangerous, and they were not ever going to be the main ruling party. They were never going to be the main ruling party, but they were violently anti-communist, right? They were going to beat the hell out of the communists. And so because of that, because they were going to beat the hell out of the communists, they were kind of useful to the government, and that kind of took over what they became. And the black shirts became more or less an anti-communist fighting force. They were not really a political party. They were an anti-communist militia. They were thugs who beat up communists. And the black shirts, it was like, when people talk about a cult, right? I mean, it was, maybe I shouldn't even use the word cult, but when, it was basically, there were a lot of unemployed young men at the time in Britain. And if you were unemployed and a young man and you were physically fit, you could join the black shirts, and they would give you a place to live. They would give you food to eat, and they would give you a uniform, and you would do military training all day. And then you would go around beating up communists. And it was like this militia, this kind of right-wing anti-communist militia that Oswald Mosley created. And eventually he went to Italy and he went to Germany. And in the mid-30s, he changed the name to the British Union of Fascists. It was originally just the British Union, but then it was the Union Party, and it became the British Union of Fascists. And, it emphasized masculinity, and it was not really a political party. It was a street fighting organization. They were street thugs, right? In 1936, they became the British Union of Fascists. And they were just, they were, anti-communist fighters. What's interesting, and I find this to be very interesting history that I've pointed out to many people. It sounds pretty gay. Well, you have no idea, right? Like one of their things is they didn't allow masturbation, and they exercised together, and very, very, very gay. Yes, very, very, very gay, right? The sexy black uniforms, and that's one thing people have always said about like Nazis, fascists, Proud Boys. There's always like this weirdly gay. It's always very, very gay, like men loving on each other, and all kinds of leather boots and uniforms, and it's pretty gay. But anyway, that's one thing about fascism is there's like this worship of masculinity, this worship of physical strength. Fascism always has this weird like gay S&M overtone to it, which, the Proud Boys, one of their rules is you can't masturbate, right? You're not allowed to masturbate in the Proud Boys, and they like help each other to not masturbate, like what kind of group is that, right? I mean, are you going to join a group? You're going to join a group that's like regulating when you can touch your private parts? Like that's weird as hell, right? Something's going on there, right? And that there's some weird stuff about it. But anyway, so the British Union of Fascists was around, right? They were around, and they were pro-Hitler, and they were pro-Nazi. They liked the Nazis. They were pro-Hitler. So the British government, and I have told people about this before, this is very important. This is some important historical information, and I will put it on again. I've shown this clip on there. The British government, as they're getting ready for World War II, the Nazis are their enemy, right? They're on the Allied side. They're against the Nazis. So what is the British government going to do, right? Because all these conservative young men are being recruited to be part of the British Union of Fascists. Oswald Mosley has his own fighting force, his own like strike-breaking army. And increasingly, a lot of the capitalists who really hate the labor unions and hate the communists and their labor unions, they think Oswald Mosley's a good guy. So what do? Well, the British government creates the Oxford Group. Right? And this is important history, right? This has a lot to do with a lot of things. So there's a pastor from the United States. There's a Lutheran minister. His name is Frank Buckman. But Frank Buckman goes to China, and he studies like ancient Chinese, philosophy, Buddhism, Taoism, and he develops his own way of doing things. It's a mixture of like Eastern stuff with Christianity, and he starts the Oxford Group, which eventually becomes the Moral Rearmament. Right? And I'll show you. This is the Oxford Group. I'll show you the Oxford Group, and you'll see what I'm getting at. Right? So You'll see what I'm getting at. Hold on. This is actual like footage of the Oxford group.
Heading towards Birmingham come 2,000 young men from 23 nations to conquer the world for God and Dr. Frank Buckman's Oxford Group. Some people call the Oxford Group a new religion. Others, less tolerant, call it just a pleasant way of spending the bank holiday weekend. But so much interest and enthusiasm is being aroused by this new movement that we are presenting these pictures of the group's Birmingham house party, as it's called. At 6 a.m., the entire party leaps out of bed, goes for a run, takes exercises to clear mind and soul for the day. At 7 a.m. comes breakfast, and plenty of it, for good food means health, and health is one of the basic rules of the Oxford Group. Then there's marching and parading, with every member of the party organized into youth brigades. But the main business of the day takes place in the British Industries Fair Hall, where the 2,000 groupers sit on mats on the floor and listen to speeches. Mostly they are middle-class youths, clerks, college boys and workers, who have found their careers inadequate without the Oxford Group. The main thing they learn is the importance of God control in daily life.
Look at the poster there. New men, new nations, new world. Right? That's the slogan. New men, new nation, new world. That sounds right-wing. That sounds fascist, right? And they got the British flag there, and they're all marching in uniform. This is the Oxford
They learn is the importance of God control in daily life. But as
the importance of God control in daily life. Yeah, meaning, regulate your body, etc., right? Moral purity.
This is also coronation year. Some of the time is spent in drawing up a loyal address to their Majesties the King and Queen. And with the leader...
A loyalty address to the King and Queen. This is all super right-wing.
Carrying the address in front of a panoply of waving flags comes the march to the post office to post it.
They march to the post office to send their beautiful letter that they've written to the Queen.
Whatever part the Oxford Group is destined to play in the national life, few can deny that this Birmingham party is one of the biggest spiritual gatherings of the century.
Well, the Oxford Group was basically set up by the British government to be the alternative to the black shirts. It was just like the black shirts. It's young men, and they're regulating each other's behavior. New nation, new men, new world, right? It's all, it's all that, but it was anti-Nazi. It was anti-Nazi. It was anti-fascist, right? It was, and the Oxford Group was the British government's response to Oswald Mosley. It was basically, they created another version of Oswald Mosley, that was anti-fascist. And this is what I've been trying to get people to understand, right? Oswald Mosley and the Oxford Group looked the same. They were both ultra patriotic for Britain. They were both groups of young men who were into masculinity and regulating life's urges and being super fit and all of that. But they were on two different sides. One side, the Oswald Mosley side, was on the Nazi side. The Oxford Group, on the other hand, was on the Allies, anti-fascist side. They believed basically the same thing. Be loyal to your nation, be masculine, etc., but they were on opposite sides. Just like Trotskyism and communism. Trotskyites sounded just like the Communist Party. They were for the working class. They loved Lenin. They were for a workers' revolution. But the Communist Party was on the side of the Soviet Union and Roosevelt and Britain. And the Trotskyites were on the side of the Nazis, right? And in the United States, in the Black Liberation Movement, you had the Nation of Islam. And the Nation of Islam, they very much felt that the British were the main threat. They very much felt that Japan was not that no black person should ever fight against Japan. They were on one side. Well, so they created, out of the blue, here, I'll pull him up. They created this guy, right? I'll put him up here. Right? I'll show you some other footage. This guy is around the same time. This is in the United States. This is in the United States in Harlem, right? You know, now let me see if I can find some footage for you. You know, but in Harlem, you know, you had the Nation of Islam that was a big organization among Black Americans, right? So then you had Father Divine, right? I'll put some footage of Father Divine. Father Divine, you know, he was the biggest preacher in Harlem, right? And he was the major competitor with the Nation of Islam. And Father Divine, you know, Father Divine supported the Communist Party. He supported the Soviet Union. He was against the Nazis, right? I'll put some video of Father Divine, right? Father Divine was, you know, a minister who was dedicated to the freedom of Black people, but he was on the opposite side, right? And that this is what happens, right? And it's happening right now. That's my point, right? And that people who are looking for the answer in ideology, it's about what material forces you're tied to. It's not about ideology, right? And that's what people are missing. A lot of people think that, it's about the words that you say. It's about whose side are you actually on? It's about where do you stand on the actual divisions that are facing your society at this time, right? Father Divine and the Nation of Islam both advocated for Black people. They were fighting against racism, etc. But they, on the key issues of the time, they had a disagreement. They were on opposite sides. This was Father Divine. I'm going to put Father Divine. Here we go. Father Divine.
Peace, everyone. Peace, Father. Mr. Chairman of the Righteous Government Department and members of this committee, I rise to say there are several points I would like to stress on our righteous government platform. Firstly, I wish to say social equality in the press is well worth considering. If this could or would be established among the nation, it would abolish quite a lot of prejudice among the people. The very word that is used among the people, and especially in the press quite often, what the people consider to be a special race, referring to a special race or group of people, it tends to create a sense of discrimination and segregation and causes a sense of embarrassment among the people. For this cause, I feel such should be stressed vividly in our platform. Secondly, equality in civil rights. Service, civil rights service, union labor, and wage scales and so forth. All of these points are well worth considering, for such has been a much violation of the law and order among the people. I further wish to say, in reference to capital punishment is in violation to the law of God. We read according to the scripture, thou shalt not kill. There are many points I could bring out at this juncture. Time will not permit. I further wish to say in reference to the demanding guarantee by doctors of cures and of life for patients with damage by doctors in the case of death. If this is legal or justifiable, that the physicians should force by the patients by law to employ them retain them for service, I feel that it should be guaranteed that they will cure the patient. Nextly, I feel as employment fees in reference to the employment agencies. The employment agencies should take fees only from the employers and refuse to accept the fees from the poor employees. This is my mission, to help the poor and the needy. As I am doing myself as an individual, I'm stressing the same and emphasizing and demonstrating that others might copy after the fashion I have shown them. Next, I wish to say, in reference to buying on installment plan. Men desire to buy on installment plan that are dishonest. Those are my followers that have been resurrected into the spirit of honesty and endeavor to do that which is just and right and true to themselves.
Yeah, Father Divine. He was this figure in Harlem. But anyway, that's my point. Someone in the chat pointed out Alcoholics Anonymous, AA, started out as Oxford Group. My understanding is the two founders of AA joined the Oxford Group because they thought it would keep them from drinking. They both had a drinking problem that they had trouble controlling. So they tried to join. They joined the Oxford Group because the Oxford Group regulated your behavior, right? It regulated your behavior. They thought it would help them control their behavior. That's my understanding of what the Oxford Group, how the link between that, and that some of AA's teachings and principles are similar to some of the teachings of the Oxford Group, but not really, right? AA is a lot watered down. Oxford Group was like, it had a lot of very religious concepts and it was a lot of different things. AA is much more just focused on keeping people from drinking. My understanding. So there you go. All righty. Pros and cons of the Progressive Labor Party. If anyone's got any more super chats, keep them rolling in. Pros and cons of the Progressive Labor Party. Well, okay. Well, we can talk about the Progressive Labor Party today. And there's not much left. I like the music on their website. It's, they actually, to be honest, they probably have a bigger base than most communist groups in America at this point, right? They have a May 1st parade every year, and they can usually get about 1,000 people, sometimes about 2,000 people. So that's more than most communist groups can do, so that's, that's something, right? There's not much to being in Progressive Labor Party these days. Progressive Labor Party, it's, the workers, don't fight in the boss's war. Racism is the boss's plot to divide workers. We need to go directly to communism. The Soviet Union failed because it didn't go directly to communism. You read, they have a newspaper called Challenge that comes out every few weeks. I used to have a subscription. It ran out, and it's just pretty basic. I mean, it's not the deepest stuff, right? It's very basic. Workers against the bosses. They think Russia's imperialist. They think China's imperialist. They're against racism. It's just kind of communism watered down. They do like Stalin. They do defend Stalin. And they, it's very basic and watered down. And my understanding is that most people that are around or in the Progressive Labor Party, that they do something once a year. They have a big cookout and parade every year in Brooklyn, and that's about it. That there's very few people in Progressive Labor Party that actually go out. That there's very few people in Progressive Labor Party that actually go out and distribute their newspapers and stuff. They, it's a smaller crew of folks who do that. But the group itself, there's a lot of people that are like members or friends of Progressive Labor Party. But the actual crew of people who do stuff, like you'll see one or two people at a rally every so often, you don't see them very often. There's not very many active members, but there's a lot of people that are friends and all of that. They have a lot of high school teachers around the country, in Baltimore and in Los Angeles and in San Francisco and in New York City. They have high school teachers, and the high school teachers will invite their high school kids to like little parties little like talent show kind of events to read their poetry or play music. And then afterwards, somebody from Progressive Labor Party will give a speech kind of giving analysis of the news and explaining the news from their kind of communist ultra-left perspective. There's not much left. I mean, Progressive Labor Party it's a small group. It's one of the decaying communist organizations. It's one of the many different communist groups. They have no ties to any existing communist government. They're just, they're just one of the old communist groups at this point. And what's different about them is that, usually if you go to like any leftist gathering, you won't see Progressive Labor Party. Progressive Labor Party, they don't go to left events. They might go to a labor union event. But you very rarely see them. They don't do regular outreach. There's not much left. It's just a newspaper you can subscribe to. It's a cookout you can go to once a year. There's not much there. It's just like the Communist Party. It's just like a lot of these groups. There's not much there. The Workers' World Party that I was in was pretty, like, there was stuff to do all the time. Revolutionary Communist Party, there was stuff to do all the time. You're out selling the newspaper all the time. Progressive Labor Party, you join and they might invite you to a cookout once a year, right? Most people that are members don't do very much, right? Every so often they might go to a labor union rally and hand out their newspaper, but the bulk of Progressive Labor Party aren't really doing stuff. They're just kind of, it's pretty dead. It's a lot of older folks, and then their families, so they've recruited, but they don't really do that much. That's my understanding, there's not much to being in Progressive Labor Party. Years ago, they were very, very active and big. And I want to talk about their role historically, because you asked me about their role now, and I'm just saying there's not much left, not much there. But historically, they were probably one of the most important parties in the 1960s. They kind of started declining in influence in the 70s, and by the 1980s they were pretty irrelevant. But the new communist movement kind of usurped them in the 70s. But in the early 60s, right, they were formed in 1961. They were the Progressive Labor Movement, and they were a breakaway from the Communist Party. Milt Rosen was their leader. He was a guy who lived in Buffalo, New York. He was a steel worker and I think like a college professor. He was like just a communist organizer in Buffalo, New York. And he quit the Communist Party because the Communist Party all they were doing was campaigning for Democrats and stuff. So he quit the Communist Party. And he formed the Progressive Labor Movement, the PLM. And there were many people in the Communist Party who were very demoralized. 1956, when Khrushchev had given his secret speech, 57, 58, they had a convention and basically kicked out anyone who wasn't going to go along with Khrushchev. And then when China broke with the Soviet Union, there were a lot of ex-communists around the country who'd been kicked out of the Communist Party, thought the Communist Party was pretty lame, and they were very excited about Progressive Labor Party. And so they joined it. And they actually, in the early 60s, they had thousands of members, most likely. And the Communist Party would conceal itself, would hide itself because, they were McCarthyism and all that. PLP would get very in your face. They would march through the streets with big flags, big red flags and big pictures of Mao. And they would chant about workers and bosses, and they would call for violent revolution. They had called for violent revolution because the Communist Party believed in a peaceful transition. They were somewhat ultra left, but they were big. And as the 1960s went on, they were a big communist party that was around. What's interesting is as the 1960s political crisis broke out, they were wrong, right? And I think PLP, the role that they played in the 60s is very similar to the role that PSL plays now. Progressive Labor Party was everywhere. There was no communist group except for like the Communist Party, but the Communist Party was invisible. It was like you never saw them. They never did anything in their own name, right? But PLP was the communist group that everyone saw, right? If anyone ever met any communist, they met someone from Progressive Labor Party. They would run people for city council. They'd knock on your door. I'm a communist running for city council. They'd be selling newspapers. They'd been handing out leaflets. They were very visible in your face as a communist party. And 1966, 1967, 1968, they were wrong on the key issues. They didn't support the Vietnamese. At first they did. They supported the Vietnamese fighting U.S. imperialism. But then when it became clear that the Vietnamese were negotiating with the United States to try and end the war, they said, well, the Vietnamese have sold out and they started saying the Vietnamese were the main roadblock to the revolution, and they started denouncing Ho Chi Minh and denouncing the Vietnamese National Liberation Front as being revisionists. Well, the key issue in the United States was, don't the Vietnamese have the right to fight for national liberation? Well, the big Communist Party was saying, no, Ho Chi Minh's a sellout. They're not real communists. The workers of Vietnam and the workers of America should team up against the bosses of Vietnam, the Soviet revisionist bosses of Vietnam, the American capitalist bosses. They're just the same. They were neutral in Vietnam after a while. They decided that the Vietnamese National Liberation Front were sellouts. Crazy position. They, at the time, the Black Panthers, 1966, the Black Panthers get popular. 1967, 68, the Black Panthers are like the main issue, right? It's this armed self-defense group in the Black community. Progressive Labor Party denounces the Black Panthers, calls them Black fascists, right? And says Black power, Black nationalism is anti-working class. And so the FBI is going after the Black Panthers, and every young radical anti-racist is supporting the Black Panthers. Well, Progressive Labor Party, they're everywhere. They're this visible communist party. And they say, well, the Black Panthers are racist, the Klan for white people, the Panthers for Black people, we're for workers' revolution. And so they're not. And that was how Progressive Labor Party was. They were originally a China-aligned party, but by about 1970, they didn't like China anymore, because, Nixon went to China, so they cut ties with China, and they started to become kind of an ultra leftist organization, right? And that's really what they became, an ultra leftist organization. They became kind of an ultra leftist organization. People need to control themselves, All right. But anyway, they became kind of an ultra leftist organization. And they were this big communist party that was everywhere, and they were everywhere in the 1960s, but they were wrong. The Party of Socialism and Liberation is the same way. The Party of Socialism and Liberation is this big communist party that's everywhere, right? If you find a communist party that's visible, you're going to find PSL. They're everywhere. They're the first communist group anybody sees nowadays, and they're wrong. And they're wrong on the Ukraine war. They're neutral, right? Just like the PLP was neutral in Vietnam. The PSL is neutral on Ukraine. Plague on both your houses. They blame Russia. They make statements. Abby Martin and others have made statements supporting the Russian peace movement, which is like the most pro-Western, westernized, pro-imperialist people. The Russian Communist Party are the biggest supporters. I mean, they're wrong on Ukraine. PSL is everywhere, and they're wrong on civil liberties, right? There's a big crackdown on our civil liberties happening, and they say that there wasn't enough suppression of Trump supporters after January 6th, and they called out Biden for not imprisoning Trump supporters, right? And that, the main issue right now is our rights are being taken away by the government, and they wanted more COVID lockdowns, and they actually, called for stricter COVID measures during COVID. I don't know if you heard about this, but that was one of their positions. They said that the lockdowns didn't last long enough. Right? I mean, it was insane, right? People, they were speaking at rallies. They were anti-war, supposedly rallies. And the PSL candidate would get up and talk about they need more COVID restrictions. I mean, it was insane, right? And just like PLP invoked China to justify their position. PSL invokes not just China, but Vietnam and Cuba, especially. They invoke Venezuela. They invoke especially the Latin American communist countries, but also the other communist countries. You would think, if you read their literature, that they're big supporters of China. They're big supporters of Vietnam. They're big supporters of Venezuela, except Venezuela loves Russia and they hate Russia, right? You would think that they're big supporters of Cuba, except Cuba loves Russia and they hate Russia, right? You would think that they're tied very closely with these communist governments around the world, but they're not actually, right? Alex Saab, right? That was the main case that Venezuela was promoting. Because we support the Venezuelan government, we were out there rallying for Alex Saab. PSL did nothing for Alex Saab. Not any of our rallies did we ever see them. Why? Because they don't really support Venezuela, right? They stage manage anti-war rallies, right? Their job is to try and like channel communists into being liberal woke activists. There's a great member of CPI who was a former member of PSL. He talked about he was in the PSL for 2 years. The entire time he was in PSL, all they ever did was protest against abortion and protest calling for jailing Kyle Rittenhouse. That's it. They never did any solidarity with any socialist country. They never did any preaching of socialism. They organized rallies against Kyle Rittenhouse. They organized rallies to legalize abortion. That's it. Well, what do you think that's about? Right? They're controlled by the liberals. They're controlled by foundation money. They control something called the People's Forum in New York City, right? And they're funded by a billionaire, and it's now been revealed. And they stage manage. Lately, they've been stage managing the Palestine rallies. It's good those rallies are happening. I'm not against that. But at the end of the day, PSL is like Progressive Labor. And they're this big communist party that's everywhere that just so happens to be wrong on all the big issues. Progressive Labor Party was wrong on the Black Panthers. Progressive Labor Party was wrong on Vietnam. And they were everywhere. Well, PSL is wrong on the Ukraine war. It's wrong on civil liberties. It's wrong on the divisions in the ruling class. It's wrong on the lockdowns. It's wrong on all the key issues, but it's everywhere, right? It's the communist group. And just like Progressive Labor Party, PLP pretended to be the pro-China party, even though the Chinese loved the Black Panthers. PLP hated the Black Panthers. The Chinese, they supported the Vietnamese people. PLP denounced the Vietnamese people, right? That they pretended to be the pro-China party of the United States, but it was pretty clear after a while they weren't. And that's the same with PSL. They pretend to be the pro-Venezuela, pro-Cuba, pro-North Korea party in the United States, but they're not. They're not. And they're wrong on all the key issues. And they're there to try and manage people who become hardline communists, people who become MLs, and like manage them to be Democrats. That's their job, right? You join PSL. This is the thing. You don't join PSL because you want to organize for abortion. You don't join PSL. No one joins a hardline communist party because they want abortion to be legal. Nobody joins a hardline communist party because they hate Kyle Rittenhouse, right? The only reason you join a hardline communist party is because you're getting interested in communism. So on the internet, young people are waking up and they're learning about anti-imperialism, and they learn, the truth about the Soviet Union and North Korea. And so they want to join the biggest group that's out there that takes their position. So they join PSL. And then PSL brings them in and makes them liberals, right? And that's the role that PSL plays, right? It is about channeling revolutionary-minded and anti-imperialist-minded youth into being liberal activists. That's what it's there to do, right? And it doesn't go the other way. They tell us the other way. Well, no, we're going to make liberal activists into communists. Bullshit. Doesn't happen, right? No, does not happen, right? And that's what they'll always try to tell you. No. We're not making communists into liberal activists. We're making liberal activists into communists. Well, no, they're not. They're making communists into liberal activists, right? I can guarantee you very, very, very few people who are marching for abortion rights now are capable of becoming supporters of North Korea. Very, very, very few people that are marching against Kyle Rittenhouse are capable of becoming MLs, right? And they're not teaching them Marxism or socialism. They're just channeling people that would be interested in communists by putting up the flag everywhere and saying, we are the hardline communist party. We are Marxist-Leninists. We're tankies, right? And by doing that, by putting the flag up there, they attract people like me. I mean, I wasn't in PSL. I was in Workers' World, but I know a lot of people that were in PSL. They attract people that would join a real communist party, and they join the group, and they go to some classes, and they get to read Lenin together, but their activism is being liberals, right? And that's what they do, and that's the role they serve, right? Just like Progressive Labor. At the time, there was a revolutionary movement in the United States that was the Black Panthers that was supporting the Vietnamese. Progressive Labor Party was out there with their red flags and their big pictures of Mao to attract the kind of people that might be marching to support the Black Panthers, that might be marching to support the Vietnamese, and channel them to not do that and get a job in a factory, And it's a similar kind of operation, right? We're a group that's the really big communist group that is neutered, basically, that that is somehow conveniently wrong on every issue. It's interesting. Also, what's interesting is that Brian Becker, right, the head of PSL, the guru, he used to work at Sputnik Radio, and he had a big falling out with Sputnik Radio. And after that, they have been anti-Russia ever since. That's interesting, right? And I think he was bought off, right? I think that, that he instead of renewing his contract at Sputnik Radio, that somebody else offered him more money. And so instead of making his salary, he was making, a decent salary at Sputnik Radio. He and he had a crew of employees from PSL who'd been hired to be his staff. He had a show and all of that. The only way he didn't renew his contract at Sputnik is somebody else had to have offered him more money, right? Well, and whoever that somebody else is, a big donor or whatever, is anti-Russian, because now they're anti-Russia. And, who is the question, right? But, think about it. If you had a job and you're making like a very high salary, which is, he was making that. He'd been at Sputnik Radio for how many years? He was making a decent salary. Plus, if they let you hire a bunch of your party members to work there, he had this whole show at Sputnik and everything. And then he just didn't renew his contract. And one day they were all gone. Now, the only way that would happen, right? Would you quit a job if you didn't have another job? Of course not, right? So something happened. He got bought off, right? Somebody with foundation money or whatever. And now they control the People's Forum. And the People's Forum has gotten worse. It has gotten way worse, right? I mean, it used to be the People's Forum was trying to be open to different leftists. Now the People's Forum, you're with PSL or you ain't there. You know what I mean? Brian Becker, he saw the Saxton lectures. I'm aware of that. I've heard through the grapevine. Now he's giving like his own lecture series about Marxism. It's clearly like some attempt to like do his own version of the Saxton lectures. Damn, it was did. Yeah, and he's just whatever. They're the big communist party that's wrong on all the major issues, right? And Brian now, and they're slick and they've got a lot of funding. They got breakthrough news, right? Now they don't need to be in Russian media anymore. They got breakthrough news, right? And you watch breakthrough news. It's called woke news, basically. It's like, I find breakthrough news to be unwatchable. It's like their little like news outlet that they do. And it's, America's racist, Black Lives Matter rallies, America killed Native Americans, America's an evil racist country. Women need abortions and gay people and trans people need gay and trans rights. And, and here's Ben Norton to, talk, and yeah, you watch, it's unwatchable. Breakthrough News is just completely unwatchable. And you compare Breakthrough News to RT or CGTN or real anti-imperialist news, it's night and day. Breakthrough News is liberal activist woke recruiting news, with Danny Haiphong and Ben Norton characteristics, whereas real anti-imperialist news is genuinely anti-imperialist, right? So I don't know. That's what PSL is. And, PSL, I mean, it's, the sad thing about PSL is that it cycles through people. Right. Is that, you join PSL for a year or two and then you hate communism afterwards. Right. Is that, after a while, you realize PSL is not designed to actually take power. PSL is designed to stage liberal rallies and stage woke protests and bring in foundation money for Brian and his inner circle of cronies. That's what it is. It's a fundraising operation. Okay. Let's just be honest. All right. Brian has no illusions of PSL ever taking power. Brian has no illusions of PSL ever, winning seats in Congress or, it's never going to happen. PSL exists so that 19 and 20-year-olds can get recruited, can go and join it, and then can go stage liberal Black Lives Matter rallies, can stage, can stage protests against Kyle Rittenhouse or protests for abortion. And Brian can go to the foundations and raise money on that basis. And after a couple years, after they have to go get a job and they can't just be in college anymore, the 19 and 20-year-olds realize, oh, wow, this group isn't really supposed to grow. This is just kind of a hamster wheel. And they quit communism, right? And it's not the only communist group. I mean, since the 70s, communist groups in the United States have largely functioned in that way. The ISO, the different groups, that's what they are. Is like it's a phase. When you're in college, you first hear about socialist ideas. They're supposed to be forbidden. They're supposed to be, they're supposed to be, whatever. And so then you go and join a socialist group. And, after 2 years, you realize, oh, it's not going anywhere. And then you go back to normal life. And then they sit there and they laugh. Ha, 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 ha. See, right? If you're not a communist when you're 20, you have no heart. But if you're still a communist when you're 50, you have no brain. And it's supposed to be this wise trick that society plays on you, right? And it's really disgusting because the Communist Party, when it was a really influential organization, it was in communities. It had thousands of people in neighborhoods organizing their friends and their neighbors. It wasn't a postgraduate phase, right? It wasn't a college phase, right? And that the PSL very much, it facilitates the role that communists have been allowed to play in the United States after the political upsurge of the 1960s. With the political upsurge of the 1960s, communists were still going to be around, right? They weren't going to completely stamp it out. There was this safe place for them to play. They could be the campus opposition. And PSL, that's largely what they are. They are the campus opposition. And it's frustrating. And CPI, everything we do is designed to not be that. We do everything we can to not pander to woke adolescent sentiments. We wave American flags. We talk about Christianity and the Bible. We do everything we can to try and be an organization of real Americans, not an organization of woke teenagers. Right. That's why we get called Nazis and fascists. Right. And that's why we're just the most evil thing ever. Well, okay. And 2 years, your average PSL member with their, nose ring and their pink hair. And they're like, oh my God, you're a fascist. It's like, come back and talk to me in 2 years. Right. In 2 years, you won't be doing communism at all. You'll just be living a normal life, and you'll just be thinking, why did I waste all that time in PSL? We're still going to be here actually organizing because we take this seriously. We know that in America, if you're serious about politics, you wave an American flag, right? We know that in America, right, if you're serious about politics, you don't hate on the biggest religion of the American people. It's just basic, right? And it's just, PSL is very much designed to be, a campus phase. So, there you go. There you go. It's funny. I ended up talking about, it was Progressive Labor Party, which was the big communist group in the Senate. You'll be a dentist. Exactly. Right. Exactly. So what do you think about the life and career of Boris Yeltsin? What do I think about the life and career of Boris Yeltsin? Well, Boris Yeltsin, I believe he was a Soviet politician, and he was part of the kind of the reformist wing, and he was part of the reformist wing with Gorbachev, and then he resigned from the Communist Party, right? He made a big point of resigning and becoming like an anti-communist figure in the late 80s. And he was the first president of Russia when it was no longer the Soviet Union. He was the first president of Russia, when it was not communist anymore. And as president of Russia, he presided over the country falling apart economically. I mean, it was just, the years that he was running the country were the years of shock therapy economics. The economy was just completely falling apart, was completely devastated, was completely awful. And it was sold off to the highest bidder. It was pretty bad. The years that Boris Yeltsin was running the Soviet Union were not good years. It was a pretty bad time. Putin came in and kind of fixed things. Now, part of Putin's agreement, though, is he did sign, amnesty so that none of the people in the Boris Yeltsin administration would be prosecuted. And I've had many people talk about like, oh, that proves Putin's fake. No, in order to take power, Putin had to compromise, right? Do you think Putin would have been allowed to take office if he just said, oh, I'm going to get in there and prosecute everyone in the administration before him? No, and that, Putin came into power. Russia had been wrecked by the fall of the Soviet Union, and he had a plan to fix it. And it was very difficult to enact it, right? And that he kind of mobilized the old bureaucracy, the security services, the military, and they got Gazprom, and they got Rosneft, and that Putin compromised and negotiated all the way. And he's done an amazing job, right? But it was very hard. And yes, part of what Putin did is when he took office, he signed an amnesty for all the Boris Yeltsin officials who had been corrupt and taken bribes and all of that, because he knew that if he came into office and went to war with them, he would not be allowed to stay president, right? And this is how these things tend to work. And that, I mean, that's what I want to talk about there. I mean, yeah, Boris Yeltsin, the USA rigged the Russian election in 1996 so that he could win. And they talk about election meddling. The USA meddled in the Russian elections in 1996 and brags about it. The real winner of the 1996 election in Russia was Gennady Zyuganov, right? Because things were so bad, right? Yeltsin actually killed millions, which is true, right? The population of Russia decreased by 10% while he was running the country, right? Yeah, Yeltsin, the shock therapy economics, read about it in The Shock Doctrine by Naomi Klein. Just read all about it, about, the population went down by 10%, right? 1 in 10 people either died or left the country, right? During the shock therapy free market economics that Yeltsin imposed on behalf of Bill Clinton. 1996, things were so bad in the country that they had a presidential election and all the polls indicated that Yeltsin was going to lose. And Bill Clinton and all of them went, and they even made a documentary about it. There's even a documentary film about how the U.S. government worked really, really hard to make sure that Boris Yeltsin won and that the communists didn't get back into power, right? So all this stuff about Russian meddling, like, give me a break, right? Like, I mean, they meddled like hell to make sure that Boris Yeltsin got back into office. And there was so much widespread fraud in 1996. If Gennady Zyuganov had been strong enough, he probably could have launched an uprising and forced his way into office, but he didn't have the strength. And that's what Dugin realized, right? Gennady Zyuganov, he was a stodgy old Soviet leader to a lot of people, right? Even though they thought life was better under the Soviet Union, no one was going to go out and fight for Zyuganov, right? Zyuganov was, he was a stodgy old Soviet bureaucrat, right? And that the Communist Party, even though most people overwhelmingly said life was better under the Soviet Union, the communists did not generate enthusiasm among the public anymore. People were not going to go out and fight for them anymore, right? Over the course of, of the 60s and 70s, the Soviet Union, it lost the enthusiasm. The Stalin years were full of passion and anti-fascism and anti-imperialism and all of that. But by the 70s and 80s, and people talk about in Soviet society, nobody cared anymore, right? People didn't care, right? There was a lack of passion. The majority of people voted to keep the Soviet Union. But then when they overturned the Soviet Union, they didn't go out and fight for it, right? And you had Black September 1993, which was when they elected a communist, or an anti-austerity government, and Yeltsin forcibly dissolved the parliament. The constitutional crisis of Russia in 1993. And, there were a lot of communists out in the streets, during that time. A lot of people were killed. 185 people were killed in the bloodbath that happened. But the population at large was not going to rise up to bring the communists in, right? Communism in Russia had become kind of passionless, kind of routine, kind of dull. And that's why actually, Alexander Dugin formed the National Bolshevik Party, which is wild because all these people think National Bolshevik means Nazi communist. It does not mean that, right? It just means it was a new party that Dugin formed, and it was another communist party that used like punk rock aesthetics, and they wore leather jackets, and they liked rock music, and it was Alexander Dugin, and what's his name? The novelist. I can't remember his name. Oh goodness, what is his name? The novelist. The two of them, they formed a separate Edward Limonov. They formed a separate party, and they were leftists basically. But they thought the Communist Party was weak, and they appealed to Russian nationalism, which the Communist Party already did. Zyuganov would appeal to Russian nationalism all the time. Edward Limonov and Alexander Dugin, they formed this new party called the National Bolshevik Party. And then Dugin quit, and he became Dugin. And Edward Limonov, the National Bolshevik Party, was outlawed, and so then Edward Limonov formed the Other Russia, right, which was his party. And, that was what happened. I mean, it was, the Communist Party. And I mean, I'm just telling you this too. I have been to the Russian Communist Party headquarters. I have met Gennady Zyuganov, and I'm just telling you that, they're a very important part of the Russian government, right? They are a very important political party. They are the second largest political party in the country after United Russia. And they're always going to be a very big, important part of Russian political discourse, but they're not going to come back to power. right? They're not going to, right? That's just not going to happen. And you talk to any Russian, they'll tell you that, right? They are a very important part of Russia's heritage. They're always going to exist, right? But they're not going to be coming back to power. It's just not going to happen because they don't have the energy anymore. Part of coming to power is you have to be slick, you have to be energetic, and that's what I'm trying to tell you about these existing communist parties. Most of them don't have that. Maybe they had it a long time ago, but they don't have that anymore. That's what we're desperately trying to figure out at CPI. That's why our conferences have chanting and ceremonies, and we're trying to get the energy, right? You have to have that energy in order to take power. You have to have that energy in order to give expression to the passion of the masses. And, you can have the correct political line, right? You can have the correct policies and all that. But if you don't exude strength, if people aren't passionate about your organization, you're not going to take power. Oh, wow. Well, we're approaching, right? I said I was going to do 4.5. I was going to do 8 hours today. We are approaching 21 minutes left. So there you go. David Fox says AA's primary purpose is to carry the message to the alcoholic who still suffers. Okay, I don't exactly know what that means, but someone told me that AA, they don't recruit, but I forget how it works, but like they don't actually recruit. Like no one walks up to you and says join AA, but I forget. They have a thing they say. They don't recruit, but they expand or something like that. They have a way of doing things. Maybe someone who's familiar with that in the chat can explain it. I don't exactly know what that means, but yeah. Yeah, if anyone has any Rumble rants or any super chats, that would be great. We're approaching the end here. We're getting toward the end, which is good, right? We did 8 hours today, a mega streaming day, right? And this has been great. I've been answering questions and talking about important stuff, and this is very, very, very good. We've had a good day here all around. This has been a good day all around, and I'm very happy with all of you. There's no place I'd rather spend my Christmas than with you all. I had a great meal with my wife and her relatives. That was really, really nice. But this was really, really special. This was really, really special. I'm very happy about it. And, I'm really glad to spend time with you all. I mean, I really, really am. I really, really am. So yeah, I don't know what to say about it. Right. Yeah. So I'm just, that clip from Scott Ritter, it went viral. It's great. It's awesome. It was great. And I got a big interview coming up in a couple days. Not going to say with who, but it's coming. It's coming. It's going to be very, very good. That's going to be awesome. And yeah. Wow, folks. Wow. This is harder than it looks. 8 hours of talking. It's not as easy as it looks. I'm starting to feel it in my head, but I do this because I love our community. I do it as a commitment to myself, like a test of strength, right? A test of my commitment. I am going to put on a song, I think. Since we are getting ready to end this, this is a song that it's one of those sea shanties, right? And it's called Leave Her, Johnny, Leave Her. So it's kind of a going away song. But actually, before I put that on, I'm going to put on another song. It's a little more upbeat, right? We'll end with Leave Her, Johnny, Leave Her. I want to put on another song. This is a song. So I first heard it in the movie Blackbeard's Ghost, which was a movie. It's like a Disney movie about Blackbeard, right? And about the pirate, right? He comes back from the dead and haunts a dude. And I first heard this song in that movie, and I didn't know it was actually the anthem of the British Navy. It is the official anthem of the British Navy, believe it or not. It's actually quite a good song. I recently, it was a couple of years ago, I found out it's actually the anthem of the British Navy. So it's kind of an upbeat song, and I'll put that on. Another sea shanty, but it's the anthem of the British Navy, right? It's not just any song. It's, the official anthem of the British Navy. So we'll put that on, right? We'll put that on. So, all right. Heart of Oak. Heart of Oak is the official British anthem. It's basically what Anchors Away is in America. Heart of Oak is in Britain. I've got a couple versions of it.
Come cheer up, me lads, 'tis to glory we steer, to add something new to this wonderful year. To honor we call you, not press you like slaves, for who are so free as the sons of the waves. Heart of Oak are our ships, jolly tars are our men, we always are ready. Steady, boys, steady. We'll fight and we'll conquer again and again. We ne'er see our foes, but we wish them to stay. They never see us, but they wish us away. If they run, why we follow and run them ashore. Or if they won't fight us, we cannot do more. Heart of Oak are our ships, jolly tars are our men, we always are ready. Steady, boys, steady. We'll fight and we'll conquer again and again. They swear they'll invade us, these terrible foes. They frighten our women, our children and beaux. What should their flat bottoms in darkness get o'er? Still Britons they'll find to receive them on shore. Heart of Oak are our ships, jolly tars are our men, we always are ready. Steady, boys, steady. We'll fight and we'll conquer again and again. We'll still make them fear and we'll still make them flee, and drop them on shore as we've dropped them at sea. Then cheer up, me lads, with one heart let us sing. Our soldiers, our sailors, our statesmen, our king. Heart of Oak are our ships, jolly tars are our men, we always are ready. Steady, boys, steady. We'll fight and we'll conquer again and again.
That is the anthem of the British Navy. It's interesting. I mean, it's just one of those songs. I knew it from the Blackbeard movie, but it's apparently been used in a lot of movies. Here's like a shorter version performed by, I think, the Canadian military band, if I'm correct. So yeah, like I told you, I first heard this song in the movie Blackbeard's Ghost, which is a Disney movie. I'm not going to show you that clip because Disney gets litigious and they'll probably take my stream down or some shit. But apparently it was used in an episode of Star Trek, Star Trek: The Next Generation. So I'll just show you this.
Here's to the finest crew in Starfleet.
Here.
You know, back when I was in the academy, we would follow every toast with a song. I wonder if I can... Oh, yes. Come cheer up, my lads, 'tis to glory we steer, to find something new in this wonderful year. To honor we call you as free men and slaves, for who are so free as the sons of the waves are the bold on our ships, jolly tars are our men. We always are ready, steady boys, steady. We'll fight and we'll conquer again and again. Come cheer up, my lads, 'tis to glory we steer, to find something new in this.
Yeah, so there's probably somebody watching saying, wow, how did Lennon get to space? How did Lennon get to outer space? And why is he singing? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, right? But that's Patrick Stewart. Patrick Stewart. Right? My understanding is that at one point, Patrick Stewart had a show on Broadway where he just recited A Christmas Carol. He did it from memory, the Charles Dickens, story. He did it from memory on Broadway as a one-man show. I would have gone to see that if I had the opportunity, because that man has a wonderful voice. He has an absolutely wonderful voice, and he just got up in front of it and from memory performed the Christmas Carol. Right. And I can see that. And I think that would be a great, tremendous show to watch, honestly. I mean, he's got a great voice and he's just a very, very, he has a presence about him. I've enjoyed his acting, but there you go. Wow. All right. We are approaching, we are 9 minutes away from me doing my 8-hour goal of streaming today. We did it, folks. We did it. And we continue to do it. We had a very, very successful conference in Portland. More video is coming out. Lee Stranahan's video will be up soon, right? That'll be up soon. Don't worry, right? I know Lee's watching. Lee was there. He gave a great talk about Debs. It's going to be up. We got, my talk will be up, my closing presentation. And already, we had that clip from Scott that went viral. That was pretty good. And, but yeah, right. We're doing the best we can, right? We've got, we're going to intervene at, we got our plans for Rage Against the War Machine 2, Defeat the Deep State. We got plans for that, which is a very, very important gathering that's going to happen. We're excited about that. If you're able to help us come to DC and do what we need to do and, be at the rally and have a presence, we would appreciate that. If you're able to come to DC on February 17th and be there, that would be very helpful. If you're in the area, I know different people are helping us out in different ways. So if you could be there, that would be very, very awesome. That would be great. One thing I am doing is I am preparing an annual end of the year report on CPI to kind of go over everything that we have done over this year. I wrote it already. I have to start filming it. I'll probably film it tomorrow or the next day or something like that. And keep an eye out for that video because that'll be important. That would be great. I'm about to turn 36, right? I'm turning 36 in like 4 days. So wish me luck with that. My birthday, that'll be good. But I'm ready to not be a youth anymore. I'm ready to march forward with life. I think, I've had a pretty good 35 years so far. Things really got going when I turned 18. Things really, really got going when I moved to New York, but it's been pretty good so far. So, I'm 4 days away from being 36 years old. Fingers crossed, things continue to go well. I continue to to do good things and make people happy. You know, and I'm learning, right? We all learn as we go. We all learn as we go. It's been a journey. It's been a journey. And, you know, you learn as you go, you get better, you change, you adjust. You know, hey, I'm glad you liked the stream. I'm glad you liked the stream. You know, you learn as you go, you know, and you get better. I'm really grateful for my wife. I really am. You know, spending the holidays with her has been magical because, you know, I mean, we're going to be married 10 years now. And, you know, it's not the most traditional, you know, marriage. It's not the most average thing, but I love her. You know, we're good for each other. We really are. And it was so good to spend time with her family today at dinner. We got to talk. I got to get to know her relatives. That was very nice as well. So, you know, you got to be thankful. You got to be thankful for things that you have in life. You know, people like to complain about what they don't have, and that, you know, you never want to look past all the good things you have. Right? That's the worst state of mind you can be in, where you forget all the good things you have, and you just focus on the bad. Right? You know, you want to celebrate the good things. I've got an amazing apartment. I've got a good job with RT. We've got a beautiful organization, the Center for Political Innovation, that's growing. We got a lot of people that are very dedicated to doing the work and understand what we're doing. And yeah, I'm happy about that. Right. And I just want to soak that in. Right. And just take that in. Right. You know, because part of me is that I'm never satisfied. And that's a good attribute. Right. Because that motivates you to keep going. But it also, sometimes, if you're never satisfied, you miss the good things. You miss the good things that happen. You take them for granted. And I don't want to be like that. I don't want to take what's good for granted, because there's a lot of good, right? With all the bad that has happened, and there's bad, you know, people have gone after me. There's, you know, I've lost friends, and, you know, but there's so much good, right? You know, and you have to focus on the good, right? You really have to focus on the good in life. And that's what the holidays are about. That's Christmas, right? Christmas, you sit back, you're thankful that Jesus Christ was born and brought his love into the world. If you're a Christian, I guess. If you have another religion, maybe you just see it as a secular holiday. But, you know, you just got to take the good, right? And that, you know, a lot of times people forget to take the good. And I really encourage people to take the good, right? It's winter time. It's winter time. It's winter solstice. It's, you know, it's going to start getting lighter again. I always like the daylight personally, you know. You know, and you know, but, you know, in the winter time, that's why we have parties and revelry, right? I mean, it serves a purpose, right? And, you know, you get to see family, you get to celebrate, you give each other gifts and presents. You know, it serves a purpose, right? When it's dark outside, when it's cold outside, you get together with those you love, you eat some good food, you relax, you enjoy yourself, and then everybody hits the gym in January. My God, the gym is always crowded in early January. It's annoying. All these people make their New Year's resolution. They're going to start working out. January 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Oh my God, that gym is so full of people. And it's annoying because, you know, I just exercise when I'm going to exercise. I don't make a New Year's resolution that I'm going to exercise. I exercise when I can, right? We started out this morning doing the arm thing. So there's that. But yeah, the first couple of weeks of January, the gyms are just crowded full of people that made their New Year's resolution. They're going to start working out. And, you know, January isn't as fun as the holidays, right? The holidays are pretty chill, but January can be a little bit rough, right? January, February. But once you hit March, it starts getting nice again. It's spring and everything's good. But, you know, it's probably why they put Valentine's Day in February, right? Right. So you can have a little love and one of the rougher patches of the year, I feel like. The early months of the year can be a little bit rough sometimes, right? January, February, but I don't know. You know, who knows? It just depends on what's going on in life, right? It really just depends on what's going on, how you're doing, etc. You know, sometimes things are good, sometimes they're bad, but you got to just be happy with what you have. And I'm really happy that I have all of you. I really, really am, because my day, this is, you know, Thanksgiving was the best Thanksgiving I ever had. This is the best Christmas I ever had. Being able to have a nice meal with my family and then get on here and spend the evening with all of you talking about pirates and sea shanties and communism and progressive labor party and all this history. You know, there's no one else I'd rather spend my night with. You guys are really, really awesome. And our community is growing. I mean, look, we gained like 400 subscribers on Saturday. So, I mean, this community is growing. CPI is a growing organization, recruiting new people, getting stuff done. And, you know, we're just going to keep growing. We're going to keep building. We're going to keep building. So I love you all. I really, really do. I really, really do. I love you guys. You know, and really, if it wasn't for you guys, I don't know how I would keep going. You guys remind me that there's people who do care. There's people who do care. There's people who do understand it. We learn together. We've learned together over the years, and I deeply, deeply appreciate it. So now I'm going to put on Leave Her, Johnny, Leave Her. And we're about to hit the 4-hour mark, but I'm going to put on Leave Her, Johnny, Leave Her, which is like a closing song. I'm not leaving anybody, right? But it's like sailors leaving the ship at the end of their journey, and they're kind of sad because they have grown accustomed to the ship. So Leave Her, Johnny, Leave Her.
I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her, for tomorrow you will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her, for the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. The wind was foul and the sea ran high. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. She shipped it green and none went by, and it's time for us to leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her, for the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. No more watch stood, no more stand by. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. We'll pump her out and leave her dry, and it's time for us to leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her, for the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. We swear by rote for want of more. Leave her, Johnny, leave her, but now we're through, so we'll go ashore, and it's time for us to leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her, for the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her.
So there you go. There you go. Yeah, it's kind of a sweet song about leaving the ship at the end of your journey. So yeah, but this isn't the end of the journey. This is just the beginning. I mean, shit, I'll probably be back tomorrow if I'm not back on Wednesday, right? Shit, you know, I'm always on here streaming, talking about all kinds of shit, right? We got a great YouTube channel here. More videos from the conference coming up. So yeah, it's gonna be good. So yeah, it's been fun. Tune in, and we'll be back. We'll be back. We did it again. 8 hours, mega streaming, 8 hours in a day, just like we did on Thanksgiving. We are a relentless community. Nobody can stop us, right? When we set our hearts on doing something, what do? We do it, right? And that is a power, right? If you can do what you said you were going to do, right? If you can stay true to yourself, if you can accomplish the goal that you make for yourself, that is the most amazing, powerful feeling. So never forget that. All right, here we go. In the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression. But the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. And while the danger of a new world war still exists, and the people of all countries must get prepared, revolution is the main trend in the world today.